Here's a fun fact for you. Can-Am cars were known for their incredible power and minimal restrictions, which led to some of the most outrageous racing machines ever built. They often packed V8 engines that could produce over 700 horsepower, making them some of the most ferocious race cars of their time. Imagine racing at those speeds, while barely having to worry about rules. Pure chaos, on wheels, and a whole lot of fun. Hey everyone! You better hurry if you want your favorite car to race. The clock is ticking, and the selection window is closing soon. Don't miss out on the chance to see your chosen machine battle it out on the track. Wow! This is quite a throwback showdown. The 1970 McLaren 8C is a beast from the Can-Am era, known for its raw power and aggressive handling. On the other hand, the 1969 Lola T163 is no slouch either, with its lightweight design and nimble handling. Given the car's characteristics, I'd say Amy with the McLaren might have a slight edge thanks to its power advantage. But then again, the Lola's agility could give Famaka a real opportunity to outmaneuver Amy on the twists and turns of Highlands Long. Honestly, it's a toss-up. I'm just excited to see which one's going to charm its way to the finish line first. Betting odds? Probably close enough to keep us guessing until the final lap. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at the Highlands Long track, and Betsmar is starting on pole in a classic 1970 March 7-7 Chevrolet. This car's got some serious vintage flair, so let's see if it can hold that lead. Sasatura has taken an early lead with Amy right behind in second place. Betsmar is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Betsma is climbing up one spot to take second place. Betsma and Sasatura are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Amy and Betsma are locked in a close duel for second. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Amy and Maya are nose to tail, no room for mistakes. Famaka and Betsmar are swapping positions rapidly for fourth. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. Sasatur and Amy are nose to nose for the lead. Famaka is climbing fast, now in third after gaining 2 spots. Nahokaos is sneaking into the top 10. Hivensarogai is climbing steadily. Zap Brandigan and Lord Crespi are locked in a close fight for 16. Crazy Sweet Butt is climbing fast into second place. Bobardo is also making moves, now in ninth. Majo Chaos and Bobardo are nose to tail for that ninth spot. Crazy Sweet But just overtook for the lead now in first place. Zasatur and Crazy Sweet but still neck and neck for the top spot. Flanky Frankie is closing in on Majokas, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Famaka just overtook someone to take third place. Amy and Famaka are still neck and neck for that spot. Betsmar is also climbing up to fifth. Things are heating up. Betsma and Amy are nose to tail for fourth place. Flanky Frankie just slipped into 10th. Givensero Guy is now in 13th, climbing up the ladder. Ice is driving a March 707 Chevrolet from 1970. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Flanky Frankie just sneaked into 9th place, edging out Bobardo in a close fight. Bobardo and Flanky Frankie are now locked in a battle for that spot. Wilderino is climbing fast, moving up 2 positions to sit in 11th. Ice is climbing up to 6th place. Wilderino is closing in on Bobardo, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Silent Fox 213 is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 12th. Famaka is closing in on Zasatur, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Betsmaya is climbing 1 spot to take the 4th place. Maya is also moving up 1 spot, now in 6th. Famaka is gaining on Zasatur, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Ice has moved up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Bobardo is inching closer to Flanky Frankie, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Lord Secretsby is gaining on Majo Chaos, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Famaka is driving a 1969 Lola T163, a classic Can-Am car known for its agility and power. They are currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid race so far. Juana Baquido and Ice are nose to nose for 7th place. Bobardo is inching closer to Flanky Frankie, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. 5 and Cerro Guy is climbing 2 spots to 11th. Juana Baquido is climbing up to 7th place. Flanky Frankie is now in 8th. Bobardo is gaining on Ice, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Famaka is climbing up to 2nd place. Zasatur and Famaka are nose to tail fighting for 2nd. Betsmar is gaining on Zasatur, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Bobardo is holding off Ice by a car length for 9th place. Silent Fox 213 and Favenzero Guy are nose to tail for 11th. No one's giving an inch yet. Ice is driving a March 707 Chevrolet from 1970. Looks like they're holding steady in the top 10, but no real moves yet. Guy is climbing up 2 spots now, sitting in 9th place. Ice and 5-0 guy are nose to tail fighting for that 9th spot. Five Now Guy and Frankie are nose to tail for 8th place. Zealand Fox 213 is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Bobardo and Silent Fox and 13 are battling closely for 11th. Betsmar advances 1 spot to take 3rd place. Sasatura and Betsmar are nose to nose for 3rd. Frankie climbs 1 spot to 7th. Betsmar is closing in on Famaka, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amy is gaining on Zasatur, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Bobardo is climbing up the ranks, moving into 10th place. Zasatur is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Frankie moves up 1 spot to 6th. Ice gains 2 positions to 9th. Ice and Wanabakido are nose to nose fighting for 8th. Bobardo is on a roll, moving up 3 spots to 8th place. Betsmar is dropping back 9 positions to 13th. Amy is climbing 1 spot to 4th. Frankie is now in 4th place. Bobardo is closing in on Ice, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zealand Fox 213 has moved up to 10th place. Velocito 14 just overtook Machokaos and is now in 14th place. They are still neck and neck, so this fight isn't over yet. Frankie is driving a 1966 Lola T70 Mark I Chevrolet, a classic prototype. They're currently in 5th place, so they're making a decent push through the field. Wanabakido just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Ivensarogai and Bobardo are still nose to nose for 9th. Zealand Fox 213 and 5-0 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Wow. Crazy sweet, but really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow. What an incredible achievement. Crazy sweet but really pulled out all the stops. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's a triple crown in the world of virtual racing. Definitely someone to watch out for. Congratulations to them on this well-deserved victory. Sure. Did you know the 1958 Maserati 250F was one of the most iconic Formula One cars of its time? It was driven by legendary racers like Juan Manuel Fangio, who won multiple championships with it. It's basically the vintage race car equivalent of a rock star, turning heads on the track and making history with every lap. Alright. This is quite the vintage showdown. Justin Gilks with the 1960 Scarab Indy versus My Name is Tyler 21 with the 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy Die. Now, both these cars are pretty legendary. But the Ferrari 375 is known for its speed and agility, especially on those tight corners. The Scarab is a classic and has a bit of a cult following, but it might be a tad bit outmatched in raw speed. If I had to put my chips on it, I'd say the Ferrari has the edge here. But hey, who knows? Maybe the Scarab will surprise us with some old school charm and finesse. We'll find out soon enough. Alright. Everyone, the race is underway at Road America. Our pole sitter is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F with a 3.5-liter engine. Classic Indy cars are really bringing the vintage flair today. Let's see if McChickenlid can hold on to that lead. Merchicken Live has taken the lead right out of the gate. Hamid Media is holding strong in second place, and JD Anburn is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a chicken, a hermit, and a jade are racing for the top spot. Your Instinct is climbing one spot to fifth place. Bill Guy and Your Instinct are nose to nose for fifth. Shran is advancing one spot to seventh. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to 5th place. Tron and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 6th. Holocaust is advancing to 10th. Holocaust and Zubstica are battling for 9th. It's Saror is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Your Instinct is inching up to 5th. Shran is now 6th after gaining 1 position. Holocaust climbs to 8th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls advances to 10th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 9th. Justin Gilks and Arlo Coast are neck and neck for 8th place. Supercat is climbing to 10th. Hellskank is also moving up to 11th. Justin Gilks is now in 8th place and closing in on Arlo Coast. Arlo Coast and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 8th. Alan 656 has moved up to 17th and is making some progress. Architect is climbing to 3rd place. Arlo Coast is also moving up to 8th. Justin Gilks and Arlo Coast are nose to nose for 8th place. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 19th place. Kulukachu and Adanut 44 are nose to nose for that spot. Axoaces is inching up to 22nd. Supercat and Justin Gilks are nose to tail for 9th place. Adanut 44 is climbing up one spot to 18th. La Croissant 1980 and Adanut 44 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Supercat just overtook someone to climb to 9th place. Justin Gilks and Supercat are nose to nose for that 9th spot. Kulukachu and La Croissant 1980 are locked in a close fight for 19th. Your Instinct just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Shron and JD Ambren are still battling hard for 5th. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 7th place. Shron is climbing nicely to 5th place. Hellskank is making a move to 10th. Nina My Styla 21 is creeping up to 12th. Its Therapara is gaining on its Sarar, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Axoaces and N-Body Notes are locked in a fierce fight for the 22nd spot. Storyforge just moved up one place to 26th. Storyforge and Amy are battling it out for 25th. Architect is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, a classic that's holding steady in 3rd. Looks like they're just cruising along, not making any big moves but staying in the top 3. Nina My Styler 21 is climbing to 11th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Bill the Old Guy are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Axoaces is advancing to 21st place. Wow, Merchican Live, you really strutted your stuff out there. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic performance by Merchican Live. Congratulations on winning the race. You really showed everyone how it's done. Great job and well-deserved victory. Sure. A fun fact about vintage supercars is that many of them were not just built for speed but for flair and style, making every race feel like a parade of automotive art. Imagine a time when horsepower and paint jobs competed for attention more than digital dashboards and aerodynamic spoilers. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock is ticking down fast. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite car hit the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic showdown. The Plymouth Superbird is known for its aerodynamics and straight-line speed, so it might have an edge on a track like Lakeside Park. But the Pontiac GTO is no slouch either, especially with that muscle car charm and power. Honestly, it could come down to who manages the turns better, because on the straightaways, that Superbird might just blast ahead. I'm going to say the Superbird might have a slight advantage here, but the GTO could surprise us if it leverages its raw power right. Either way, I'm all in for a fun race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Lakeside Park with Lee Russell in the vintage supercars class. He's on pole, driving a classic 1970 Plymouth Superbird. Let's see if that old school beast can hold the lead. The race kicks off with Lee Russell taking the lead, Zero Time Live right behind in second, and Amy holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. V39 is climbing fast into second place. Lotusos and Gamingto Fight Cancer are nose-to-nose battling for 7th. Zero Team Live and VD39 are neck and neck for second place. Lotusos and Gamingto Fight Cancer are locked in a close fight for 7th. Gyoguna Miracles is climbing up to 10th place. Joey Pastremi just made a massive leap to first place. Lee Russell and Zero Time Live are nose-to-nose for second. Gyoguna Miracles and Zotsfied are locked in a close fight for 10th. Lee Russell and Zero Time Live are locked in a close fight for second place. Zotsfired is climbing up one spot to 9. Lotusos and Zotsfired are nose-to-nose for 9th position. King Malcolm X is making a move, climbing 5 spots to 12. Wendy Tapsumbong 6 is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Larusel is holding strong at the front, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Gaming Tophight Cancer is climbing to 5th place. Pace CAR is now in 10th place. Swell Place V and Pace CRR are neck and neck for 10th. King Malcolm X is on a roll, climbing to 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bacorn just moved up 1 spot to 12th. Strutting Jalo also gained 1 position, now sitting in 16th. Joey Pastrami is driving a 1963 Tiveva Griffith 200 Date. They're currently in the last place and seem to be struggling with timing, as their lap time is showing as invalid. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 8th place. Lotusos and King Malcolm X are nose to nose for that spot. Wendy Tapsumbong is also making moves, now in 13th. He's fighting hard with Bacorn for 12. King Malcolm X and Zotsfiat are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Wendy Tapsumbong X just gained 1 position, and is now 12th. Hot Bolognese also moved up 1 spot to 14. Gaming Tophight Cancer and Maya are nose to nose for 4th place. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 7th. Strutting Jarl is making a move to 15. Zotsfiat is really having a rough time, dropping 11 places to 19. Lotusos just sneaked up 1 spot to 8th. Geogina Miracles also gained 1 position, now 9th. King Malcolm X is making a bold move and has just overtaken 6 cars to take the lead. Larusel is right behind, and they are now in a close fight for the top spot. Larusel just overtook for the lead. VD9 is right behind him now. Amy is closing in on 3rd place. Maya is climbing to 4th place. Gaming Tophight Cancer is now 5th. Magala Svet is in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Skeksis Boa Prey is climbing to 16th place. Someone is advancing to 17th place. Zotsfiat is moving into 18th place. Gaming Tophight Cancer is now in 4th place. Zotsfiat is gaining on the car ahead, closing the gap by over a second. Well, look at that! Lee Russell just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice win! Wow, look at that! Le Roussel took the victory. Everyone, congratulations! I guess all those hours of virtual practice really paid off. Great job leading the pack and crossing that finish line first. Well-deserved win! Sure! Did you know that LMP1 cars were basically the superhero of Le Mans racing? They could go from 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, making them faster than most roller coasters. It's like watching a rocket with a fancy chassis zoom around the track. Pretty wild, right? Oh wow, this is an interesting matchup. The 2015 Rebellion R1 is a pretty sleek contender with some serious endurance DNA. But the 2014 Toyota TS 040 Hybrid is known for its hybrid tech and incredible efficiency. On the Detroit street circuit, which is tight and twisty, the agility and handling might be the deciding factor. The Rebellion R1 is a bit more aggressive on the track with a slightly newer design, so I might give the edge to 5-seater guy. But that hybrid Toyota can surprise us with its clever energy management. It's gonna be a close call, but I think 5-seater guy's Rebellion might just eke out the victory here. We'll see if the hybrid's efficiency can make up for its age in this race. Alright everyone, the race is beginning at Detroit Street Circuit, and Amy is starting on pole with her classic 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro in the LMP1 class. That car's been around the block, but don't count it out just yet. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Betsmar in second and Iconic Odd holding third. Looks like a tight start already. Betsma is now in first place. Ivensero Guy has climbed to fifth. Marty Freeze is in ninth. The race is heating up. Dishonored Fox just overtook a car and is now in the 16th place. Globus Ixos right behind, so this fight for 16th is about to get interesting. Tales of Strilly is in 4th place, driving a 2014 Rebellion R1. Their race looks steady with no major moves or issues so far. Iconic Odd is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy and Iconic Odd are nose to nose for 2nd. Ivensero Guy is advancing to 5th place. Maya is holding steady in the top 3. Iconic Odd and Amy are nose to tail for 2nd place. Tales of Strilly is creeping up to 5th. Iconic Odd is in 3rd place, driving a 2014 Toyota TS040 Hybrid. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. The race seems pretty tight at the top. Chubby Panda is in the 13th place driving a 2017 Orica 07 Gibson. Their race looks steady, but nothing spectacular happening around them. N0 guy is holding 6th place, so he's got a decent gap ahead. Stabigale Killams is just behind in 7th, so it's a close fight. Looks like a battle for the top of the LMP1 midfield. Iconic Odd is now in 2nd place. The battle for 2nd is heating up between Amy and Iconic Odd. Tales of Strili is closing the gap on 5N0 guy by 1 second, so expect some fireworks soon. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Stabigale Killams and Tales of Strili are nose to nose for 5th. Looks like a battle for the middle of the pack. Stabigale Killams just snuck into 5th place. Indus Platinum and Tales of Strili are nose to nose for 6th. This race is heating up. IR for Ale is in the 11th spot with a 2014 Onrook Ligia JS P2 Honda. Looks like they are holding steady but not making much progress. Betsmar is leading the race in the LMP1 class with a 2015 Rebellion R1. They've set the fastest lap so far at 1:49.483 and are holding a comfortable lead over Amy Deutsche. Looks like they're in control and pushing hard. Wauxi PB is driving a 2017 Mazda RT 24P in the LMP2 class. They're currently in 14th place and their fastest lap is just under 1 minute 55 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Prodigy Place 58 is in 9th place driving a 2017 Onroad Nissan DPI. Their fastest lap is a 1:53.977. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Stabigale Killams just snuck into 4th place. Imbus Platinum and 5N0 guy are nose to nose for 5th. This race is heating up. Wow, Betsmar just took the victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win. Wow, incredible job to Betsmar for winning the race. That was quite the showdown. And congratulations to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a sleek 2015 Audi R18 e-tron Quattro Delib. That's a pretty sweet prize. Did you know that the EF1 cars from 1971 had some of the most dramatic wing designs and aerodynamics for their time? It's like they were trying to defy physics just to keep up with the competition. Plus, back then, safety was more of an afterthought, making those races quite the adrenaline rush for drivers and fans alike. It's almost like racing a history lesson with a dash of chaos. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks now before the AI gets the final say. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of choosing the champion. Ooh! This is a classic showdown. The Brabham BT34 is known for its lightweight and nimble handling. But the McLaren M19, it has a pretty solid reputation in that era too. Honestly, the difference might come down to the tracks, and how well each car handles the twisty bits of Circuit Paul Armagnac. If I had to take a guess, I'd say the McLaren might have a slight edge because of its balance in the corners. But don't count out the Brabham's agility. It could really surprise us. It's going to be a close race, so buckle up and let's see which one's got the edge today. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Circuit Paul Armagnac, and Amy is starting from the very front in her 1971 McLaren M19A. Looks like she's aiming to hold that pole position early on. Stay tuned for the chaos. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, H2 Hova right behind in second, and Toadette TV rounding out the top three. Looks like a close start already. Celestia Linari and Jade Anburn are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Jade Zolganing and Globus Il are nose to nose for 7th. Hondon is climbing up to 8th after overtaking someone. Hondon and Jazel Gaming are now battling for 8th, inches apart. Kyosify is on a roll, climbing from behind. Now, in the 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Jade Selgaming is making steady progress, now in 7th place after moving up 1 spot. Bainitap Sumbong 6 is also gaining ground, now in 9th place after climbing 2 spots. Lithocarp is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Basic Akfu is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 18. Mako Broadcast is gaining ground, moving up 2 places to 14. Beef Sliders is climbing 2 spots to take the 10th place. London and Beef Sliders are nose to nose for 10th. Hyosify and Base Nazar 2 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Quantum and Beef Sliders are nose to tail for 10th place. Kyosify is inching up to 17. Basic Nazar 2 and Kyosify are locked in a close fight for 18th. Maya is in the 8th position, driving a 1971 McLaren M19A. The race looks tight with her just behind the top 7, but no overtakes yet. Popcorn Slayer and Toadette TV are nose to nose for third place. Oskzerot is climbing up one spot to 12. Oskzerot and Pondon are locked in a close fight for 11. Popcorn Slayer is now in third place, inching closer to the top. Toadette TV and Popcorn Slayer still locked in a fierce duel for third. Little Carp is closing the gap on Mickle Broadcast, shrinking it by a full second. B Sliders is driving a Matra Ams 120B, starting from 14th place. Their race looks like a long shot with no recorded lap time yet. Oskzerot just overtook someone to move into the 11th place. Pondon and Oskzerot are still nose to nose for that spot. Maya is climbing up to the 18th position, inching closer to the pack. Stephen Brinkley just nudged ahead of Basenazart2 for 21st. They're nose to nose in that tight battle for 20. Jade Silgaming is driving a Surtees TS9 from 1971. They're currently in 8th place, with a fastest lap just over a minute and 37 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite breaking into the top 5 yet. Basenazart2 just overtook Stephen Brinkley for 21st place. They are now nose to tail. Looks like a close fight for that position. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win. Clearly, you're the one to beat. Wow! Amy really pulled off an incredible win. Great job. And congratulations to everyone who made it to the claiming stage. Amy, since you set the fastest lap, you get to claim the 1971 McLaren M19A. That's a pretty sweet ride to add to your virtual garage. Well done, everyone. Sure. The 1977 Holden Torana A 9X is like the secret agent of the car world. It was built for speed and performance, especially on the racetracks, and it's famous for its lightweight design and powerful engine. Fun fact, it's considered one of the most iconic Australian muscle cars, and it dominated touring car racing in Australia during the late 1970s. Basically, it was the car that made everyone wish they had a time machine to go back and see it in action. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to choose the car that will dominate the race. Hurry up and get your selections in. Oh wow, what a matchup. Squad Bender in that classic Porsche 906 is probably going to bring some serious vintage racing vibes. The Porsche's lightweight design and agility might give it an edge on those tight corners. On the other hand, Lisashibi's 1977 Jaguar X J12C Broadspeed is no slouch either, with its powerful engine and luxury pedigree. But if I had to pick, I'd probably lean toward Squat Bender. That Porsche's reputation for precision and speed in the 1960s racing scene might just give it the slight edge here. Still, you never know with ancient beasts. Sometimes they surprise you. We'll see who's got the better gears once they hit the track. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Termas de Rio Hondo with Group 4, Evolution 154, starting on pole in a classic 1970 Chevrolet Camaro doll. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead, or if those newer cars will catch up quick. The race kicks off with Evolution 154, taking an early lead, followed closely by me in second place. Drew Arfaus is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Squat Bender is climbing nicely to fifth place. Buchicero is also making progress, now in 12th. Drew Arfaus is holding on to second, but Squat Bender is inching closer. Amy and Squat Bender nose to tail for fourth. Yamobius and the Sashibi are swapping positions every lap for 8th. Lisashibi and the other racer are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Frankenbouts just gained 1 spot, and is now in 13th. Storyforge and Ice are nose-to-nose for 14th. Lisashibi and the other racer are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Buchicero and Exley are also locked in a close fight for 11th. The track's tight turns and elevation changes seem to favor the classic muscle cars and smaller, nimble vehicles. The front runners are holding steady, but expect some overtakes in the twisty sections. Lisashibi is holding off Unstabile by a car length for 7th place. Storyforge and Ice are nose to tail for 14th place, not giving an inch. Squat Bender better watch out, someone's closing in fast. Lisashibi just snatched the 7th spot, climbing up 1 place. Autoliatorius is creeping up to 15th, also gaining 1 position. Immobius is climbing to 8th place. Wolf's Light is hot on Sputnik NZ's tail, closing in by a second and a half. Yamobius is in 9th place, driving a 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wolf's Light is driving a 1971 Datsun 510, a classic compact with a reputation for agility. They're currently in the 8th place in their group, so not bad but not quite challenging for the lead either. Looks like a steady race for now. Ice is driving a 1967 Hillman Imp, a small and lightweight car known for nimbleness. Their race seems steady in 15th place, not making any big moves that's staying in the pack. Evolution 954 is leading in a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro, a classic muscle car known for its power and straight-line speed. Their race seems smooth so far, holding a comfortable lead without much challenge. Storyforge is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina Mark I. They are currently in the 16th place and seem to be holding steady, without any major moves. Aisley is driving a 1972 Alpine, a 110, a classic lightweight rally car. Their race seems to be a non-starter with no lap times recorded. Looks like they might be taking it easy or having issues. Lisa Shibby and the other racer are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Wolf's Light is chipping away at Sputnik NZ, closing the gap by over a second and a quarter. Lisa Shibby just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Looks like Lisa Shibby and another driver are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. Lisa Shibby is driving a 1977 Jaguar X J12C broad speed, which is the fastest car on the track, with a best lap of 1 minute 59 seconds. She's currently in 6th place, holding her own pretty well against the competition. Unstabil just moved up to 8th place. Buchitsero and Edsley are nose-to-nose for 11th. Wow! Evolution 954 really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they decided to take the trophy home today? Well done! Wow! Evolution 954 really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that AI racing skill paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. A fun fact about the 1954 Maserati 250F is that it was one of the most iconic Formula One cars of its era, and was driven by legendary racers like Juan Manuel Fangio. It had a sleek, elegant design, and was powered by a straight-six engine that could produce quite the roar. This car was so good that it helped Fangio win 5 world championships, and it's still considered one of the most beautiful racing cars ever built. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your picks before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Hey Jordan 8. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready to watch some AI cars race around and maybe pick a favorite. Sit back and enjoy the chaos on the track. Ooh, this is a pretty classy showdown. The Lancia D50 from 1956 is a legendary race car with a rich history, but it's also quite vintage. The Scarab F1 from 1960 is no slouch either, but is a bit newer, and might have some advantages with newer technology. Given the races on Ruapuna Park, which has a good mix of straightaways and turns, I'd say the Scarab F1 might have a slight edge because of its more modern design, and potentially better handling. But hey, with AI drivers behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's all about how the algorithms handle those cornering curves and throttle controls. I'll be watching closely to see which one comes out on top. Alright folks, the race is underway at Ruapuna Park, and leading the pack is Biowart in a classic 1950 Talbot Logo T26C. Looks like vintage vibes are taking the front row today. Biowart has shot off the line into the lead. Jordan is holding second place, and someone is right behind him third. Looks like a close fight already. Jordan just snatched the lead from Biowart. Looks like Biowart is not giving up without a fight. Sir Gaming is closing in on the top three, inching closer with each lap. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is now in fourth place. James Misk has moved into sixth. Justin Gilks has climbed 2 spots to 7. Sir Gaming is climbing fast into second place. Cap Holster is also moving up now in 8th. Looks like I am holding my ground in the tight battle for 8th with Cap Holster. Justin Gilks is climbing to 6th place. Cap Holster and James Misk are nose to nose for 7th. Mina Maistyler 21 and Juno Gota leads are locked in a close fight for 11th. Cap Holster is climbing fast into 6th place. Eunice Gottlieb is making a move into 10th. Otelia Torias is also pushing forward into 11th. Biowart is driving a Talbot Lago T26C from 1950. They started in the lead and are currently in 3rd place, so they're holding up well. Zergemingay just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take 1st place. Biowart and Jordan are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Eunice Gottlieb is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross has gained 2 positions and is now in 2nd place. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Sir Game Gate are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Roger Bear 302 is closing in on Bees McGee, cutting the gap by a second. Roger Bear 302 and Bees McGee are battling for 12th place. Cap Holster is climbing fast, now in 4th place. The OR and Cap Holster are nose to nose for that spot. Justin Gilks and another driver are locked in a close fight for 6th. The F1 1950 cars are quite evenly matched here, so the track's tight corners and quick straights are likely causing some close battles and overtakes. Jordan Chase is racing a 1958B RNP25, a car known for its innovative design and decent speed for its era. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Jordan 8 and Cap Holster are nose to tail for 3rd place. Justin Gilks just gained 1 spot and is now 6th. Justin Gilks and BioWart are fighting hard for 5th. Iron Crosso Wooden Cross is now in 1st place. Justin Gilks has climbed to 5th. Yumnos Gota Leeds is now in 8th. BioWart is racing a Talbot Lago T26C from 1950. They're currently leading the race, but their lap time is the slowest among the top contenders. Looks like they're holding on to the lead, but the pace might be a concern. Cap Holster is making a strong push from 12th, already with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got some extra pace to challenge for the top. Your name is on a Lotus 16 from 1958. You're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the leaders. Your fastest lap is close to the others, so you're holding your own. Iron Crosso Wooden Cross is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Your Namastylo 21 is driving a 1958 Lotus 16, a classic racing car known for its innovative design and lightweight construction. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars, with a decent lap time, but no major moves yet. The F1 1950 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile racers. The car class's vintage design probably makes overtakes tricky, so positioning early is key. Justin Gilks just climbed to 4th place. Looks like he's on a roll. Minimize Style F21 and Amy are nose to nose for 12th. This race is heating up. Otoliatorius and Maya are nose to tail for 10th place. Mina Mai Style 21 just gained 1 spot to 12th. Amy and Mina Mai Style 21 are fighting hard for 12th. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like Iron Crosso Wooden Cross really crossed the finish line first. Well done. Wow, what a surprise. Congratulations to Iron Crosso Wooden Cross for winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Great job leading the pack and showing off those driving skills. Sure thing. Did you know that the Adelaide Retro Track is famous for its tight corners and high-speed straights that make it perfect for some intense racing action? It's like a nostalgic throwback to the golden age of racing, but with a modern twist. Plus, the scenery around the track makes you feel like you're racing through a postcard. It's the kind of place where drivers either have a heart attack or come out smiling. Hopefully both. Well, with both drivers flying the same vintage Lola, it's really a toss-up, since we don't know anything about their skills or experience. I guess it all comes down to a little bit of luck. Or maybe who has the most patience not to spin out on that tricky Adelaide Retro Track. Honestly, I'm rooting for whoever has the best playlist to stay calm during the race. Let's see which driver surprises us. Alright everyone, Maya's on pole with her slick 1968 Lola T190 in the Formula 5000 class. She's got the prime spot at the start, so let's see if she can hold on to it at Adelaide Retro. Orange Fung is leading the race, with Maya right behind in second place. Zachary TV is currently in third, trying to keep up. Maya and Orange Funk are nose to tail at the front. Nulavi is closing in on the top three. Zolid Shah Dominity 1 is making a move to climb into the top 5. Nulavi and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Relaxed View just gained one spot to 5th. Doa Rogue Azu moved up 1 to 7th. Doa Rogue and Solid Shadow Minty 1 are battling for 6th. Looks like a close fight. Doa Rogue is climbing to 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is now in 8th. Lithocarp has moved into 10th. The race is heating up. Relaxed View is climbing to 4th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls has moved up to 7th. Dorogue and Beyond Two Dark Souls are nose to nose for 6th. Relaxed View just overtook someone for 2nd place. Maya and Relaxed View are nose to nose now. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on the top 5. Nulavi is closing in on Relaxed View, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls has moved up one spot to take 5th place. Zachary TV and Beyond Two Dark Souls are locked in a tight battle for 5th position. Just Pancakis is climbing up to 14th place. Sasatur and Just Pancakes are nose to nose for that same spot. Rogue is in 8th place driving a Lotus 70. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Deserts is driving a Mickey Mark 12. They are currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady, but no signs of a major push yet. Ronner Page is climbing up to 8th place. Majakoblai is inching closer to him, now in 16th place. Ira Fae and Majakoblai are nose to nose for that 16th spot. Rogue and Ronner Rampage are nose to tail for 8th place. Enya Savage is creeping up one spot to 12th. Lithocop and Ensign R. Savage are locked in a close fight for 12th. Rogue advances to 8th place. Sasatur climbs to 14th place. Sasatur and Lithocop are neck and neck for 13th. Beyond Two Dark Souls is holding a comfortable lead over Just Pancake. Looks like they're in control unless something dramatic happens. Ronner Rampage is driving a Crossel 15F and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is 1:46.819. Which suggests they're holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Beyond Two Dark Souls is in the 5th place, driving a 1968 Lola T190. Their fastest lap is a 1:46.05, which is pretty competitive, but not quite enough to catch the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Nulavi are nose to nose for 4th place. Amy is inching up to 6th. Ronner Rampage is climbing to 8th. Well, look at that. Orange Funk just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow. Orange Funk really took the checkered flag with style. Awesome job. Looks like their AI car was on fire today. Everyone better watch out, they're clearly in the racing zone now. Sure thing. Did you know that Group 3 racing cars are basically the grandpas of racing classes? They started out as a way for manufacturers to showcase their cars on the track, but now they're like the vintage rock stars of racing. They have that classic, nostalgic look that makes every race feel like a trip back in time. Plus, they often look just a little more aggressive than their modern counterparts, with all those bold lines and retro flair. It's like racing in a history book with some serious style. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. Make your pick before the buzzer sounds. Don't be that person left watching the race wishing you had chosen a better car. Oh, this is a classic battle of the vintage machines. The Lancia Stratos HF from 1977 is legendary for its agility and rally pedigree, so it's probably got the edge in tight corners and quick maneuvers. On the other hand, the Abarth 1600 TCR from 1970 has that raw Italian charm and maybe a bit more raw power. But if I had to guess, I'd say the Lancia might just edge out the win because of its lighter weight and reputation for handling. Still, don't count out that fiery Abarth. It might surprise us with some unexpected speed in those curves. The race on Huacalalum Largo Antihorario could go either way. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Huacalalum Largo Antihorario, and it's the Group 3 Popcorn Slayer class. Leading the pack is the classic 1966 Shelby GT350, taking pole position. Looks like this vintage beast is setting the pace right from the start. Popcorn Slayer is leading the race, followed closely by Pani 3 in second place. James Mayo is currently in third, trying to keep up. Senor Flip Flip on 100 in 2020 just snuck into 7th place. Upper Dope is climbing into 8th. Alex Has No Brain is making a move to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Alex Has No Brain has also moved up 1 spot into 9th. The battle for 8th is heating up with Alex Has No Brain and AP Pardope neck and neck. Maya is currently in 3rd place with the 1970 Abarth 1600 TC. Oh, looks like she's holding steady. No overtakes yet, but she's not far behind the leaders. Official Class Elite just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Mighty Chunk is climbing 2 spots to 12th place. Yama Priest and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 12th place. Popcorn Slayer is leading the race in a classic Shelby GT 350, and it looks like they're comfortably ahead. Pani 3 is close behind in a Lancia Stratos HF, trying to catch up. Maya is holding 3rd in the Abarth 1600 TCR, but no sign of a fight just yet. Alex Has No Brain is driving a 1974 Abarth 124 Group 4 Tarot. Looks like they're stuck in the back with a starting position of 11 and currently in 10th. Not much action happening for them so far. Maya and Pani 3 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Wayne Abretsky and Yama Priest are locked in a close fight for 13th. Pani 3 is driving a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally legend. They're currently in 2nd place, chasing the leader with the fastest lap of 1 minute 17 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the top spot yet. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Pani 3 is not giving up easily. Mighty Chunk is closing in on official class alive. The gap shrinking fast. Looks like a tight fight for 11th place. Wayne Gretzky is driving a 1979 Lada 2105. Looks like he's struggling in the back, currently in the 13th place and quite a bit behind the leader. Yama Priest is driving a 1973 Volkswagen Beetle. They are currently in the last place among Group 1 cars and seem to be struggling with pace, already over a second and a half behind the Lada ahead. Honey 3 is driving a classic Lancia Stratos HF, known for its rally heritage and sharp handling. They're currently in 3rd place, holding a steady position, but a bit behind the leader. Their fastest lap is over a second slower than Popcorn Slayer, so they might need to pick up the pace if they want to challenge for the top spot. Popcorn Slayer is cruising at the front with a solid lead and the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless something unexpected happens. Punny 3 is driving a 1977 Lancia Stratos HF, a classic rally legend. They're currently in 3rd place and seem to be holding a steady pace, but they're a bit behind Popcorn Slayer and Maya. James Mayo is inching closer to the 4th place position. Someone just overtook to take that spot. Wayne Gretzky is chopping down the distance to H2 Hova, now only 1.5 seconds behind. Maya is currently in 2nd place with the 1970 Abarth 1600 TC. She's about a second and a half behind the leader. Her fastest lap is 1:16.417, which shows she's pushing hard, but still has some room to improve. Wow, Popcorn Slayer took the top spot. Guess all that popcorn eating paid off. Well done. Hey Naibe, glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some pretty epic AI races happening right now. Stay tuned, it's about to get really exciting. Wow, congratulations to Popcorn Slayer for winning the race. That was a close one, and they totally deserved it. And for the drivers who can now claim a car, Maya just won the bet race and gets to take home a classic 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR. It's a pretty sweet ride, so I hope Maya enjoys it. Thanks to everyone for racing, and stay tuned for more fun AI car racing action. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1963 Agachanian Watson might have the edge. It's a little more modern and likely benefits from advancements in aerodynamics and engineering compared to the others. The Ferrari 375 Indy and the Maserati 250 F are legendary. But on this circuit, those sleek, slightly newer machines could probably squeeze out better speed and agility. The Kuzma Affi and the Scarab Indy are talented contenders, but they might be a little too vintage to consistently keep up on the high-speed ring reverse. Ooh, this is a vintage showdown for the ages. The 1952 Kuzma Affi looks like it's been pulled straight out of a history book, while the 1963 Agachanian Watson has that classic early 60s racing charm. Honestly, the Kuzma Affi might have that nostalgic edge, but in a race on high-speed ring reverse, the Watson's probably got the slight advantage for handling its speed. I'd put my chips on T-Bone with the Watson taking the win. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen, so let's sit back and watch these historic beasts battle it out. Alright folks, the race kicks off at high-speed ring reverse. And look at that, Sasatur is starting on pole, and the 1958 Maserati 250F Classic IndyCars are really bringing the vintage vibe today. Sasatur has taken an early lead. I am currently in second place, holding strong. Lockjaw 7 is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya just overtook Sasatura and is now in first place. Sasatura is trying to fight back, but Maya is holding strong. Meanwhile, Amy and Lockjaw 7 are still neck and neck for third. Looks like a close race all around. Saprandigan is on a roll, climbing 3 places to reach the 18th position. Sasatur is now in first place, making a strong statement. Amy has also moved up 1 spot, now sitting in third. Lockjaw 7 and Amy are still neck and neck for third place. Mafia Mavi has just overtaken someone to claim 10th. Eganite is pushing forward, now 12. Eganite and Wanabakido are battling for 11th. Looks like a close one. Lockjaw 7 is making a move and climbing 2 spots to take second place. Maya and Lockjaw 7 are nose to nose fighting for second. JC Productions and Pani 3 are neck and neck for 6th. JC Productions and Pani 3 are neck and neck for 6th place. Mafia Mavi just gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Mafia Mavi are battling hard for 8th place. GC Productions is climbing nicely into 5th place. Naiba and Pani 3 are locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Bethrelane is inching up to 12th. Naiba just climbed 1 spot to take 6th place. Naiba and JC Productions are nose to nose for 5th. Wana Bakido is also climbing, up 1 spot to 10th. Naiba is now in 5th place, closing the gap. JC Productions and Naibi are still fighting hard for that position. Bethrelane and Tibom are nose to nose for 11th. Pani 3 is now in 6th place, closing the gap. JC Productions and Pani 3 are nose to tail fighting for that spot. Dude's Nokia Blunt has climbed to 16th, making some progress. JC Productions just overtook 2 cars to sit in 5th place. Bethrelane and T-Boom are nose to nose for 11. Radi Zero Active Vixen is climbing 1 spot to 20th. She's also in a close fight with Quiz 44 for 19. T-Bone just overtook 1 car to take the 10th place. Bethrelane is also climbing up, now in 11th. Wanabakido and Bethrelane are nose to nose for 11. JC Productions and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Dude Smoke Ia Blunt just gained 1 spot to 15th. Raditero Active Vixen also moved up 1 spot to 19th. Naibe is driving a 1952 Kuzma Offie, a classic IndyCar known for its vintage charm. They're currently in 7th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Mafia Mavi just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is also on the move, grabbing the 8th spot. Pani 3 and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are nose to nose for that 8th position. So, expect some fireworks soon. Bethrelane climbs to 10th place. Dynamite advances 2 spots to 13. Rune Spider also moves up 2 spots to 14. Wow, Xasatur, you really sped past everyone and took the top spot. Nice job! Wow! Sasator really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations to them! That was an impressive display of skill and strategy. Can't wait to see what they do next in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Enna Pagusa circuit, I would go with the 1976 Lotus 77. It might seem like an underdog compared to some of the more iconic names, but it had a pretty sharp chassis and was known for its handling. Plus, the Pagusa circuit has a variety of corners and elevation changes that could really play into the strengths of a car that's nimble and responsive. So I give the edge to the Lotus 77 for its agility and balance. Alright everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides to race. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage vibes versus sleek strategy. The Ensign N176 has that charming old-school charm, but let's be honest, it's probably a bit outgunned by the Hesketh 308D, which has a bit more finesse and maybe a touch more speed under its belt. Still, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. I'd say the Hyper 7's Hesketh has the edge, but don't count out Skozerobz's Ensign just yet. It could surprise us with some vintage flair. Guess we'll see who's got the racing spirit, and who's just here for the nostalgia. Alright everyone, we're kicking off at Enna Pergusa in F1976. Uncanny Buddy is starting on pole with that classic Ensign, N176. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Uncanny Buddy is leading the race, followed closely by U20 place in second place. Cheese and Dash Hour is currently in third, trying to keep up. Cheese and Dash Shower just overtook U20 Plays and is now in second place. U20 Plays is hanging on close behind. Jerk Plays and Wrestling 567 are battling hard for fourth place. Amy is currently in seventh place, driving a Wolf Williams FW5. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. U20 Plays and Cheese and Dash Hour are nose to nose for second place. Mafia Mavi just gained one spot and is now in fifth. Mafia Mavi and Wrestling 567 are locked in a close fight for fourth. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to fourth place. Amy is now in sixth. The fight for fifth between Amy and Wrestling 567 is getting pretty tight. Cheese and Dash Hour and Uncanny Buddy are neck and neck for first place. Mafia Mavi and U20 Plays are locked in a close fight for third. Cheese and Dash Hour is in third place, driving a Panelli VPJ4B. Looks like they're holding steady but not pulling away. No signs of trouble so far. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to third place. Amy and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for fifth. Triad just overtook Lotusos and is now in 8th place. They're really neck and neck in this fight for 8th. Cheese and Dash Hour and Uncanny Buddy are nose to tail at the front. Amy just gained a spot and is now in 6th. Wrestling 567 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Cheese in the Shower just snuck into 1st place. Mafia Mavi is right behind in 2nd. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. U20 Plays and Uncony Buddy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Amy is climbing up to 6th place. Jack Plays and Amy are locked in a close fight for 6th. You guys just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Amy and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 5th. Trehart Triad and Jerk Plays are locked in a close fight for 7th. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 4th place. Amy and Uncanny Buddy are neck and neck for 5th. Trehart Triad and Jerk Plays are locked in a close fight for 7th. Uncanny Buddy is sneaking into the top 4. The Hebrew 7 is inching closer to James Mayo, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Mafia Mavi takes the lead, claiming the top spot. U20 Plays is closing in on Cheese in the Shower, chipping away at the gap. Amy climbs up to 5th place, making a move. Cheese in the Shower is really dropping back now in the pack. U20 Plays is inching closer to the front, climbing 1 spot to 2nd. Uncanny Buddy is also making moves, grabbing 3rd place. Cheese in the Shower just blitzed through the field to grab the lead. Mafia Mavi and Cheese in the Shower are nose to nose for 1st place. Amy and Uncanny Buddy are locked in a close fight for 4th. U20 Plays is now at 1st place. Mafia Mavi is right behind in 2nd. Amy has climbed to 3rd. Looks like a close fight at the top by Anjay. Mafia Mavi just sneaked into the lead, claiming the top spot. Lotusos and Trihar Triad are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Looks like a game of who blinks first. Amy is driving a Wolf Williams FWW side. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're making a solid push but still chasing the leaders. Amy just snuck into 2nd place. Looks like she's got her eyes on the leader. Meanwhile, Maya and Trihar Triad are neck and neck for 7th. This is getting spicy. Its Bumblebee is driving a Hesketh 308D, starting in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 150. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Jerk Plays just sneaked into 5th place. Uncanny Buddy and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 4th. Wrestling 567 and Jerk Plays are also locked in a close fight for 5th. Wow. Mafia Mavi took the checkered flag. Guess they really knew how to steer their way to victory. Well done. Wow! Mafiamavi took the checkered flag. Nice job! They really showed those cars who's boss. And congratulations to Maya for the most overtakes. You now get to claim that vintage 1976 Parnelli 5th PJ4. B, a classic choice. Perfect for making a statement on the track. Here's a fun fact about the New Hampshire Motor Speedway road course. It's actually a pretty unique track because it combines elements of both a traditional road course and a racing oval. This means drivers get the best of both worlds with high-speed straights and challenging turns, making it a real test of skill. Plus, the track's location in the scenic New England area makes it a favorite for fans who love a bit of nature with their racing. Hey everyone, make your choices quick. The clock's ticking and I wouldn't want you to miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI car in action. Get those picks in before it's too late. Well, with a classic 1957 Curtiss Craft, Blancas Craft 500B on the track, Jordan F has a bit of vintage charm on their side. It's like bringing a classic knife to a gunfight in terms of technology. But then again, Globoxel's 1992 BMW 318 I is a more modern choice, likely to handle the twists and turns with a bit more finesse. I'd say Jordan F's vintage might have a nostalgic speed boost, but I'd put my money on Globoxel's more nimble and predictable ride. Still, with racing, anything can happen, especially when AI is involved. It's going to be interesting to see if old school still has some tricks up its sleeve or if modern tech will dominate. Alright folks, the race is off at New Hampshire Motor Speedway road course. Leading the pack at the very start is LN 656 in the 2015 Toyota. Looks like he's got the pole position, but we all know racing is full of surprises. LN 656 has taken the lead right out of the gate. Jay Boogie is holding strong in second place. Gravy Grades is currently in third, trying to keep up. Popcorn Slayer is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Jordan F is also making moves, now in 15th after a similar surge. Unstabil is gaining ground too, now in 17th, overtaking 4 cars as well. The race is heating up. Dietrich is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 23rd. X Ragnaroks is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Ablaze is also on the rise, grabbing 3rd place. Jordan F is climbing fast into 11th place. Caffeinated Car is right behind, now 12th after overtaking 4 cars. Ready to Row Activa Vixen is making a move, now 13th after passing 5 cars. Looks like a busy chase at the back. Filthy Old Guy is closing in on X Ragnaroks with a 1.8 second gap. Naturalium Lucky has moved up to 9th place. Caffeinated Car is now in 11th position. Senor Flip Flopona 2020 is on a roll, climbing up to 16. Global Excel is right behind, also making moves to 17. Ice is having a rough patch, dropping back to 22. Naturalium Lucky just gained a spot, now in 8th place. Akvati and Naturalium Lucky are nose-to-nose for 8th. Zikapal is chipping away at Radazuractive Vixen's lead, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Naturally Unlucky is really closing the gap on Jebu Oogie. Looks like a battle brewing. Caffeinated Car just sneaked into 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Zikapal is also climbing, now in 11th, inching closer to the top 10. Zikapal is on a roll, climbing up to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Gingchu 22 is closing in on Lil Sprout fast, shrinking the gap by 6 seconds. Ablaaz is creeping up on Gravy Graves, closing the distance by just over a second. Alan 656 is climbing to 8th place. Akvaithi is closing in on Radazaro Activa Vixen, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Senor Flip Flopona 12020 is making a move to 14th place. Ablaza is closing the gap on Gravy Graves fast, just 5.6 seconds behind now. Zikapala is having a rough time and dropped 9 spots to 18. Bill Theol Guy is climbing up, now in 3rd place. Zikapal is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 28. Popcorn Slayer is gaining on X Ragnaroks, closing the gap by 3 seconds. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 6th place, making a small but noticeable move forward. Radicero Active Vixen is climbing nicely into 8th place. Jordan F and J Boogie are still locked in a close fight for 10th. Senor Flip Floponer 2 and 20 is inching up to 12th. Congratulations to Gravy Graves on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow. Gravy Graves really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations! That was an impressive run, and they definitely earned that win. Can't wait to see what they do next in the race. Oh. The Buxton Rumble track is known for its crazy twists and turns that make even the most experienced drivers question their life choices. Fun fact, it's actually built on an old abandoned roller coaster site, so you never know when a sudden drop or loop might pop up in the race. It's like racing through a theme park gone rogue. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your chance to witness the most majestic, AI-driven racing machines slip away. Hurry up and make your selection before the countdown ends. Wow! This is a classic showdown. The 2018 Skoda Octavia is a solid choice with modern handling and tech. But the 26 Audi A4B7 might surprise us with its reliability and perhaps a bit of that timeless German engineering. Honestly, I'd say Amy with the Skoda probably has the edge here, especially on a racetrack like Buxton Rumbler, where nimbleness and newer tech can make a difference. But hey, in these AI races, anything can happen. Let's see if Shenenriton's vintage ride can defy the odds and pull off an upset. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Buxton Rumbler. Maya is starting on pole with a classic 2011 Fiat Punto Abarth, ready to show those newer cars how it's done. Let's see if the tiny powerhouse can hold on to that lead. That's Ma has shot off the line and taken the lead. I am holding second place, trying to keep up. Ronarpaj is currently in third, but I expect some fireworks soon. Amy just overtook someone to take fourth place. Grampy Europe and Shenenriton are nose-to-nose for seventh. Thomas Moran is climbing to ninth. Thomas Moran and Grampy Europe are battling for eighth. Archerona 192 is driving a 2012 Lotte Granta. Their race seems to be stuck in the back with no recorded lap time, so they're probably just cruising or struggling to keep up. Your Instinct is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup, currently in 15th place. They're a bit off the pace with their fastest lap at 21.195 seconds. so it looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Runner Rampage is holding a solid third and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely in the mix. Keep an eye on him if he keeps that pace up. Maya is currently in second place with the Fiat Punto Abarth. She's got the fastest lap so far at 0:18:37.7, so she's pushing hard. Looks like a strong race from her. Arshirum 92 is driving a 2012 Lada Granta, which is known for its basic design and affordability. Their race looks rough, sitting in the last position and running the slowest lap time among TCEAs. Runner Rampage is having a rough time dropping to 10th place. Amy is climbing to 3rd. Caffeinated Car is gaining ground and now sits in 4th. Runner Rampage is dropping like a stone down to 17th place. Amy is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd. Scorched Log is climbing up to 4th, making a move. Amy is driving a 2018 Skoda Octavia and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leader. Amy's holding a solid 6th but still a bit behind the top contenders. Ashaneriton is in 7th right behind her, so the battle for that position is heating up. Looks like Amy might need a little more speed to catch the leaders or hold off Ashaneriton. Amy is gaining ground on me, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Your Instinct has climbed 1 spot to take the 13th position. Casta Flex and Your Instinct are nose-to-nose fighting for the 13th spot. That's Mara's BMW 320Si is leading and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and holding a strong position. The TCA cars seem to have the edge with the top 3 spots and faster lap times, likely thanks to better handling or power. The track probably favors smaller, nimble cars, but the TCA class is clearly dominating. Thomas Moran is driving a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. They're currently in 10th place, with a decent lap time but not quite enough to challenge the front runners. Scorched Log is driving a 2010 Chevrolet Cruze, which is holding a solid 4th place. Looks like they're staying competitive, but the top 3 are pulling away a bit. Asheria 92 is driving a 2012 Lada Granta, which is known for its simplicity and durability. Their race looks pretty steady, sitting in 16th place, but they're not exactly challenging the leaders. Wow, Betsma just took the crown. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Betsma really outdid themselves. Amazing job. And congratulations to Amy for winning the bet race. Amy, you can now claim that shiny 2018 Skoda Octavia. Looks like it's your turn to take it for a spin. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Lakeside Park looks like it has some tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can smoothly navigate through those curves without losing too much speed would be ideal. Sure, raw power is fun, but if the car can't stick to the track and respond quickly, all that speed won't matter much. So, precision and stability are what I'd be putting my chips on for this one. Alright folks, you better make your choice quick. The clock's ticking down and we don't want any of those cars to be left behind. Pick your favorite before time runs out, or else you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Alright, we've got the classic battle of the 1998 Formula One cars. The Prost P01 driven by the Betty White Show versus the Aeros A19 driven by JC Productions. Both cars are from the same era and should be pretty evenly matched, but the Prost was known for its handling and aerodynamics, which could give it an edge on Lakeside Park. On the other hand, the Aeros had a reputation for being unpredictable but potentially fast if everything aligned just right. Considering the track and the car's characteristics, I'd lean slightly towards the Prost for its more balanced design. But hey, in racing, anything can happen, especially with AI behind the wheel. Alright folks, Autoli Artorias is starting on pole in the 1998 Aeros and 19 Autos. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. Autoli Artorias has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Quimonda is right behind in second, and Tales of Strilly is in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Quimonda just overtook someone to take the lead. Autoli Artorias and Quimonda are still neck and neck at the front. Tales of Strilly and Autoli Artorias are battling hard for second place. Val Lightning Thief and Bakumuning are neck and neck for fourth place. Deluxe Combo and Alan 656 are also close for sixth. The Betty White Show just gained one spot and is now ninth. Tales of Strilly just overtook Autoli Artorias for second place. Val Lightning Thief is climbing up to fifth. The fight for second is getting interesting. The Betty White Show just overtook someone to take 8th place. Waldo is now in 15th. Amy has moved up to 17th. Looks like Amy and Cheryl Mizurosis are nose to nose for 16th. The F1 1998 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor the faster lap times of the McLaren and Jordan. The slower Minardi and Prost are hanging in there, but the top contenders are clearly benefiting from better handling and speed. Tero Metzerosis is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Bob Gamoning just nudged into 4th. Not bad. Taylor's Australian Queen Manda are nose to tail at the front. Vodka Morning and Otto the Artorias are swapping positions in the fight for 3rd. The Goldner just gained 1 spot and is now 11. Taylor's Australia just snatched the lead from the front runners. Vodka Morning is climbing up to 3rd place, inching closer to the top. The Betty White Show is holding 8th place and has a decent gap ahead. GC Productions is just behind in 12th. Looks like the bet is still alive, but the White Show needs to find some speed to stay ahead. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to move up to 12th place. GC Productions and Yaboy Rwanda are nose to nose for that 12th spot. LXAXT and Amy are trading paint for 16th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Bigoldnerd are nose to nose for 11th place. Waldo and Hot Bolognese are locked in a fierce fight for 14th. Official Classilag is climbing up to 5th place. The Lightning Thief and Official Classilag are neck and neck for that spot. The Betty White Show and Alan 656 are also fighting hard for 7th. The Betty White Show is on a roll, climbing through the field to take the lead. Tails of Strilly is not giving up, staying close and fighting for the top spot. Alan 656 is having a rough day, dropping way back to 20. The race is heating up at the front. Waldo is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Talos of Strilly has grabbed the lead, taking 1st place. Queen Manda has also moved up 1 spot, now in 2nd. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 8th place. Amy and JC Productions are nose-to-nose fighting for 12th. Hot Bolognese and Amy are also locked in a close duel for 13th. Wow, Tales of Strilly, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Tales of Strilly really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that top spot. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Here's a fun fact for you. The combined slow cars racing class is basically where the speedy race cars take a little breather and let the slowpokes have their moment. It's like a slow-motion parade but with engines revving in the background. It's hilarious to watch because sometimes these slow cars surprisingly get competitive, proving that speed isn't everything. Sometimes patience and a steady hand are the real winners. Alright everyone, time is quickly running out to pick your favorite car. Make sure to cast your votes, or make your choice before it's too late. We don't want the AI to decide for you, do we? Hurry up and get those selections in. Hey Hammond-san, welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could pop in just in time to see these cars battle it out. Stay tuned. You're in for a wild ride. Alright, so we've got Maya in the classic 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra and K-Boomper in the more modern 2016 Lexus ICE 350. That's quite the contrast. The Mustang is all about raw muscle and nostalgia, while the Lexus probably has the tech edge, and maybe a little more agility. Honestly, if the race was just about straight-line speed, the Mustang might have the upper hand thanks to its power. But Mid-Ohio isn't just about speed. It's about handling and finesse. The Lexus might have the advantage there with its better suspension and tech-driven stability. I'm leaning towards the Lexus taking the win. But you never know. Sometimes a classic just refuses to give up. Let's see how it plays out. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mid-Ohio. Coming in from pole is Mighty Chunk in a classic 1999 Honda Civic Type R, so get ready for some nostalgic racing action. Mighty Chunk is leading the race right now. The Enclave show is holding strong in second place. Neo Texum is in third, trying to keep up. Spikeups is on a roll, climbing to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. K-Boomper is making a charge, moving up 6 spots to 7. Shoot 'em Up is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle in 12th. Spikos and Neo Texum are nose-to-nose for third place. X Nobodixel and K-Boomper are locked in a fierce fight for 7. Zanmun Samun is climbing up 1 spot to 10. Spikeups is now in third place, climbing 1 spot. K-Boompa has moved up to 6th place, also gaining 1 spot. Kekrik is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot as well. Amin-san is climbing up 2 spots to 12th place. Danmun Zamun and Amin-san are nose-to-nose for 11th. Amy and Amin-san are locked in a close fight for 12th. Kabumper and Wolf Slide are neck and neck for 5th place. Amin-san is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Amy is inching up 1 spot to 12th. Gan Clay Yusho just overtook someone to take the lead. Mighty Chunk is right behind him, not giving up that easy. Imogen Tempus and Critch Gay are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Mighty Chunk takes the lead and is now in 1st place. Kabumper climbs 2 spots and is now in 4th. Neotexum and K-Boomper are nose-to-nose fighting for the 4th spot. Gankloja Show just overtook for the lead. Mighty Chunk is right behind him, still sniffing for an opening. K-Boomper is closing in on Spikeballs, shrinking that gap like it's nothing. Mighty Chunk and Theon Cleo Show are nose to tail at the front. Imogen Tempus just slipped into the 8th spot. 40 Afro and Amin-san are swapping positions like it's a dance for 10. Spikeballs has climbed to 2nd place. Schmerzenliga and Imogen Tempus are nose to nose for 7. Kabumper is gaining on Mighty Chunk, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy and 40 Afro are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Lisa Shibi and Shoot 'Em Up are battling it out for 16th. Kabumper is climbing to 3rd place. Imogen Tempus is cutting down Wolfslight's lead by nearly 2 seconds. Kakeishk and Schmerzendive are nose-to-nose for 8th. Kekish is climbing up to 8th place. Schmerzendive and Krichka are battling hard for that spot. Aspecial and Samun are locked in a close fight for 13th. Schmerzendive and Kekish are neck and neck for 8th place. 40 Afro and Amin-san are trading positions for 10th. Ear Especial is climbing up to 13. Imogen Tempus is really closing the gap on Wolf's Light. Looks like a battle brewing. Schmerzenliebe just overtook someone for 8th place. Amin-san is climbing up to 9. Things are heating up. Imogen Tempus is climbing to 6th place. Amin-san is now in 8. 40 Afro is knocking on the door of the top 10 at 9. Wolf's Light is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Imogen Tempus and Wolf's Light are still neck and neck for 6th. Amy has climbed to 12th, making some progress. Wow, look at that! Diane Clay Yusho just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic finish! Congratulations to Thion Show for coming out on top. Dial, you really drove that car like a pro. I guess all those hours of practice paid off. Everyone else is going to have to step up their game now. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Du Grand Sambuc reverse circuit, I would probably go with the 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. It's a hypercar built for speed and agility, and I bet it would handle that tricky reverse layout with style. Plus, its turbocharged V8 sounds like a symphony of chaos, and might just give it the edge over some of the older or less sporty options. So, I'm placing my bets on the Jesko to come out in front, leaving the rest in the dust. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that crucial decision. Don't let your chance slip away to root for your top contender as they race to the finish. Hurry up and choose before it's too late. Alright, we've got Juna got the leads in a 2018 Aston Martin Vantage and Team Tenatia in a 1995. Honestly, the Aston Martin is the more modern and probably more agile car, so I'd give a slight edge to the driver in that one. The Lamborghini is a classic and powerful in its day, but it might struggle with the twists and turns here. I'd say the Aston Martin has the upper hand, but hey, that Lamborghini might surprise us with some vintage flair. Let's see how it all shakes out. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Bazar du Grand Sambuc reverse track. And guess who's on pole? That's right, I'm in a sleek 296 Saline 7 twin turbodining Twirly. Let's see if I can hold on to this lead or if the AI will surprise us all. Lisa Shibi has taken the lead right out of the gate. I'm in second place, holding steady. Stankit is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Wolf's Light is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Heimise is inching closer to the top, now in 4th. Uniscottelites is also on the rise, up 2 spots to 6th. Dre Let's Go is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Schmerz and Levis is dropping back, now in 14. Jonas Gottlieb's just nudged into 5th, making a move. Stankit is closing in fast on Maya, cutting the gap by 620 seconds. Aminsan is climbing up to 4th place, overtaking 2 cars. Team Tinate is making moves, now in 7th after gaining 1 spot. Schmerzenlieb is making a bold move, climbing 5 spots to 9th place. Maya is closing in on Lisa Shibi, the gap shrinking by 2.5 seconds. Aminsan just grabbed the 3rd spot, climbing up 1 position. Just Tanetf is on a roll, climbing 6 places to take the 6th position. Aminsan just nudged up 1 spot to 2nd. Jonas Gottlieb also moved up 1 to 3rd. Drillitsko is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 2nd. Evolution 954 is even more aggressive, jumping 9 spots to 3rd. Wolf's Light is making steady progress, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 4th. Amundsen just blitzed through the field to grab 2nd place. Jonas Gottlieb is not far behind, also making a move to 3rd. Just Tanetfi is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 4th. Looks like the top is getting crowded. Wolf's Light is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place. Derletsko is not far behind, also making a move to 10th place. Stankit is gaining ground, now in 4th. Things are heating up. Just Shanetf is making a move, climbing 4 places to 2nd. Wolf's Light is closing in on Big Boy Bets, cutting the gap by 3.5 seconds. Evolution 154 is climbing 1 spot to 11. Aminsan is closing in fast on Jonas Gottlieb, chopping off 7.6 seconds. Jonas Gottlieb just climbed 2 spots to take 2nd place. Stankit is moving up 1 spot to 4th. Derletsko is gaining on Jasanativ and closing the gap by 3 seconds. Schmerzenlieb is making a move on Evolution in 154, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Stankit is now in 3rd place. Wolf's Light is gaining on Big Boy Bets, closing the gap by 4 seconds. Schmerzenlieb is catching up to Evolution 154, narrowing it down by 3 seconds. Amy is gaining on Heimis with a quick burst, closing the gap to just under 7 seconds. Schmerzenlieb is narrowing the distance to Evolution 954 by 5.5 seconds. Aminsan is creeping up on Stankit, chipping away at 3 seconds. Just Shanetf is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 5th. Aminsan just nudged into 3rd. Schmerzenlieb is closing the gap on Evolution 954, chipping away at nearly 4 seconds. Jonas Gottlieb and Lisa Shibi are nose-to-nose for the lead. Jaime is just sneaked into the top 5. Derletsko is on the hunt, closing the gap on Big Boy Bets fast enough to make it interesting. Yuna's got to leads is holding onto the lead with a nice move to first place. Wolf Slide is climbing up to 6th place, making some progress. Amy is closing in on Wolf Slide, cutting the gap by 16.4 seconds. She's on the hunt. Amundsen just sneaked into 2nd place. Wolf Slide is chopping down the distance to Hyamize by over 2 seconds. Timtinatea is hot under Let's Go's tail, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Well, look at that. Juna got the leads, took the top spot. Guess they really did get the lead and hold on to it. Nice job. Wow! Congratulations to Juna Gothalides for snagging the win. That was some impressive driving. And hey Amundsen, you've got the fastest lap, which means you get to claim that sleek 2020 Koenigsegg Jesko. Not too shabby. Who's ready to see more high-speed action? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability. Fuji Speedway Retro is known for its long straightaways and challenging turns, so a car that can stay glued to the road around those curves and maintain control at high speeds would be most valuable. Acceleration helps in the straights, but a car that can navigate the twists smoothly will really shine here. Being able to brake confidently and turn sharply without losing time is key. Essentially, a balanced car with good grip and agile steering would give the best performance on this track. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see your favorite AI race to victory. Get those choices in and let's see which car dominates the track. Alright, so we've got Trash Crashton in a 2018 Haas F18 and Defactor in a 2018 Mercedes-AMG F1W09EQ. Now, in real life, the Mercedes is usually the faster car thanks to better aerodynamics and more downforce, but it's all about how these AI drivers handle their rides here. Given that, I'd put my chips on Defactor in the Mercedes. It's just got the edge in terms of overall speed and performance, especially on a track like Fuji Speedway Retro that rewards good downforce and stability. Trash Crashton's Haas might be scrappy, but I don't see it beating the more refined Mercedes. But hey, anything could happen when AI gets a little spicy. Let's watch and see if Trash Crash can surprise us. Alright folks, Amy is on pole position driving a 2018 Haas 818 at Fuji Speedway Retro. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the AI will surprise us. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Amy in second and Roger Burr 302 in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Amy just overtook for the lead. Maya is right behind, not giving up yet. Abetta Bloke is closing in on P3, trying to make a move on Roger Burr 302. D Factor is climbing up to 7th place. Jacomaru is advancing to 14th place. Celestial Inari is just ahead of Amin-san. Looks like they're fighting for that 5th spot. Trash Krashton and Ruki Miriki are nose to tail for 8. Rana Rampage and Wauk CB are also close in the 16th position. No room to breathe. D Factor is just holding off Celestial Inari by a hair for 6th place. Trash Krashton and Ruki Miriki are nose to tail for 8. Abetta Bloke is climbing fast into 2nd place. D Factor is also making moves up to 5th. D Factor and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose fighting for 4th place. The F1 2018 cars seem evenly matched, but the Fuji track's tight corners and high-speed sections are likely favoring those with better handling and acceleration. D Factor and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose for 4th place. Trash Krashton and Amin-san are also locked in a close fight for 7th. D Factor and Roger Bear 302 are neck and neck for 4th place. Trash Krashton is climbing up to 7th. Mr. Wolf J is also moving up to 10th. Celestial Inari is climbing up to 4th place. D Factor and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose for 5th. Amin-san and Trash Krashton are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. D Factor is climbing up to 5th place. Mr. Wolf J is now in 8th. Cap Holdster has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Vagranton Shunter is driving a Ferrari H71. They're currently in the middle of the pack and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap time. Dave Factor is driving a Mercedes AMG F1W09EQ. They're currently in 5th place, but their lap time is quite slow compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Celestial Inari is climbing up to 3rd place. D Factor and Maya are nose to nose for 4th. Trash Krashton is gaining ground to take 6th. Hubote is driving a Sauber C37 and currently in the 13th place. Their lap time is just under 1 minute 14 seconds, so they're holding a steady pace but not quite challenging the top. Wow CB is driving a Ferrari SH71H. They're currently in the 17th place and have a pretty decent lap time, but still a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but not quite challenging for the top yet. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all that practice paid off. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Great job, Amy. You definitely earned that win. And since you also set the fastest lap, you get to claim the 2018 Haas VF18 from F1 2018. Looks like you're on a roll today. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1985 Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2 has a good shot. Its lightweight design and turbocharged power make it a formidable contender on a tricky reverse rallycross track. The Audi Sport Quattro S1E2 is also a strong candidate with its rally heritage, but I think the Peugeot might have the edge with its agility. The other cars are definitely not slouches, but given the circuit's twisty nature and tight corners, I'd give the slight nod to the Peugeot. Alright, this is a classic battle between two legendary rally cars. The Peugeot 205T 16 Evo 2 is known for its agility and nimbleness, especially on tricky reverse layout. On the other hand, the Audi Sport Quattro S1E2 has that raw power and stability that can really push through tight corners. If I had to pick, I'd say the Peugeot might have a slight edge in this race because of its lighter weight and sharper handling, especially with unstable driving, which might make it more unpredictable and faster around these twists. But don't count out the Audi. It's packed with power and could certainly overtake if it manages to keep its cool. So, I'm betting on the Peugeot to take it, but the Audi's not making it easy. Let's see which one has the better grip on Blackwood's reverse course. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Blackwood Rallycross Reverse. And leading the pack at the moment is M Dust Platinum in a classic 1982 Renault 5 Turbo. Expect some old school turbocharged fun ahead. Imbus Platinum has shot off the line and taken the lead. Amy is holding second place, staying close. Henfatic is in third, trying to keep up but already a bit behind the front runners. Henfatic just overtook someone to move into second place. Looks like the battle for second is heating up between Amy and Henfatic. Numpinkwolf is climbing up to 8th place, inching closer to the top 10. Henfatic takes the lead now. It's Sarah Pair climbs to 3rd. Amin San is making moves up to 6th. Doa Rogue is on the rise, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sapbrandigan is making a move, jumping 6 spots to 12. Abigail Killens is also advancing, gaining 6 positions to 14. Amundsen is really dropping back to 18th place. Emmer Pinkwolf is right behind at 19. It's Thera Per and Indus Platinum are nose to nose for second. It's Thera Per is now in second place. Yama Priest is closing the gap to Amy by just over a second. Budatsaror is climbing up to 13. It's Thera Per is driving a Ford RS200, starting in 4th place. They're currently in second, so they've made a solid move forward. Looks like they're chasing the leader closely. Budatsaror is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 9. Waffling Godders is making a move, overtaking 7 cars to sit in 11. Francourty is having a tough time, dropping 6 places to 12. Rexnitsera is on a roll, climbing from behind to 12th place after overtaking 5 cars. Punny 3 is also making moves, jumping 3 spots to 13. Wanabakido is gaining ground, overtaking 5 cars to land in 14. The race is heating up. Francourty is closing in on Zabrandigan fast, just 7.4 seconds behind. Amy is gaining on its Thera Per by 2.1 seconds. Yama Priest is climbing up to 4th place, making moves. Shota Todoroki 39 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Budadzaror is inching forward to 8th. Unstabil is also gaining ground, now 9th. Just Panchakis is closing in on Rexnera with a pretty aggressive push. Indus Platinum has just overtaken someone to sit in 12th. Amundsen is climbing up to 18th, making moves. Waffling Godders is making a charge up to 18th place. It's Thera Per is holding on to the top spot. Zabrandigan is climbing to 16th place. Wow, look at that. It's Thera Per just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, what a stunning victory for its Thera Per. Congratulations! Looks like they've got the skills to leave the competition in the dust. I mean, who needs horsepower when you've got that kind of AI finesse? Well done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would probably go with the Eagle Mark 1 T1G. It's known for its innovative design and lightweight construction, which could give it an edge on a technical and twisty track like the Gilles Villeneuve Retro Circuit. Plus, it has that classic American muscle vibe that might just surprise everyone. But honestly, with AI racing, it's all about who handles the corners better and makes fewer mistakes. So strap in. This could be anyone's race. This is a classic battle between two iconic cars from the same era. The Ferrari 312 is known for its power and aggressive handling, while the Lotus 49 boasts a more innovative design and better aerodynamics. Given the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro's mix of high-speed straights and tight corners, I'd say the Lotus 49 might have a slight edge thanks to its lighter weight and superior downforce. But don't count out the Ferrari just yet. It could surprise us with a burst of raw speed. It's really a toss-up, so I guess we'll see who's got the better strategy, or maybe a little AI luck. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve Retro track. On pole we've got Simple Markers driving a classic 1967B RMP 83. Buckle up. It's gonna be a nostalgic roller coaster. Simple Markers has shot out in front, leading the race. Buckyboard is holding strong in second place while Bioward is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Shoebox TV is climbing to 6th place. Shoebox TV and Max Baroli are nose to nose for 5th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a move to 9th. Waldo is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Shoebox TV and Waldo are still nose to nose for that 6th spot. Basket and Fee has climbed to 14th, making some progress. Shoebox TV is climbing to 6th place. Betsma is inching up to 11th. It's Therapair and Betsma are battling hard for the 11th spot. Amin-san just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Biowat and Amin-san are nose to nose for 3rd. It's Therapair is inching closer to the top 10. Biowart just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Amin-san and Biowart are nose to nose for that spot. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and AP Dope are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Amin-san just sneaked into 3rd place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and AP Pardo are nose to nose for 8th. Nafiamavi and Betsma are locked in a close fight for 12th. Biowart is really taking the scenic route back to the front. Max Beerley just sneaked into 4th place. Shoebox TV is climbing up to 5th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Matrix Go is driving a Cooper T81B, starting in 9th place. They're currently in 9th, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Looks like a middle-of-the-pack kind of race for them. Matrix Go just climbed one spot to 8th place. Mafiamavi and Betsmar are nose-to-nose for 11th. The vintage cars are definitely adding unpredictability with their quirks and handling, making overtakes more dramatic. The circuit's tight corners and chicanes are amplifying the challenge, so skill and patience are key. Waldo is climbing up to 5th place. Waldo and Max Birley are nose to tail for 4th. Betsmar is making a move to 10th. Shoebox TV is climbing to 5th place. K. Krish is now in 15th. Two Piss and a Podcast has moved up to 17th. Neotexum is driving a Ferrari 312, which is known for its balanced handling and speed. They are currently in 15th place, close behind some faster cars, but their lap time suggests they might be holding steady rather than pushing for overtakes. Baskitten Fee has climbed one spot to 12. Neotexum is closing in on Mafiamavi, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Appy Adobe just overtook Waldo and is now in 6th place. Waldo is not giving up easily though, they are still close behind. Aminzan just sneaked into 2nd place. Shoebox TV is closing the gap on Max Barley, shaving off a second and a bit. The fight for 4th place is getting spicy with Shoebox TV and Max Barley neck and neck. Apidope is now in 5th place, climbing one spot. KKS has moved up 2 spots into 13th. Amy has also gained one spot, now in 18th. Wow, Simple Markers really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Wow, looks like Simple Markers really took the checkered flag. Congratulations. They must have been practicing some secret AI magic to pull that off. Great job to them for crossing the finish line first. Sure thing. Did you know that Caterham Cup racing cars are like the pocket rockets of the racing world? They're lightweight, nimble, and built for pure fun on the track. It's like giving your go-kart a serious upgrade and sending it to race, which makes watching them overtake larger cars simply hilarious and impressive at the same time. Alright, so we've got two mystery drivers in the same speedy Caterham 620R, racing at Cadegua Cordo B. Since we don't know much about either of them, I'd say it's a perfect setup for a wild card. If I were to make a playful guess, I'd go with the driver who looks the most confident or has the best track record in their past races. But since we're in the dark, I'll just say it's a toss-up. Let's see who manages to handle the twists and turns better today. Keep your eyes peeled. This could go any way. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Cadegua Cordoba. Up front, we've got the Caterham Cup car, an old 2013 Caterham 620R, leading the pack. Looks like it's got some classic charm, but let's see if it can hold that pole position. Iron Crossoir Wooden Cross is leading the race, holding a solid first place. TPKA is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Nagutsu is in third, not far off but definitely chasing the leaders. Nagutsu and TPPPA are nose to tail for second place. Matthewsaurus Rex just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Someone and Matthewsaurus Rex are fighting hard for fifth. Kyroscope is climbing up to 7th place. That's Altice Arena has moved up to 9. Jordan F and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 13th. Kyroscope and someone are nose to tail for 6th place. Yama Priest has gained one spot and is now in 10th. Jordan F is also up one position, sitting in 13th. Kyroscope is climbing up one spot to take 6th place. Looks like Kyroscope and another racer are in a close fight for 6th. Ebony Shadow and Yama Priest are battling it out for 10th place. Asheron 192 is climbing one spot to take 18th place. Starbix is also moving up one spot to 21st. Starbix and Geoguai Numericals are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Yama Priest is in 12th place, just behind Ebony Shadow and Tyler Drums 31. Their car is a 2013 Caterham 620R. Same as most others. Looks like a steady race for them so far, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. That's Altice Arena and Spear Like Hail are nose to nose for 8th place. Jerk Plays and Jordan F are swapping paint for 13th. Trivanine83 just sneaked up one spot to 20th. Nagutsu is driving a 2013 Caterham 620R and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is 1:24.78, so they're holding a solid pace but not quite challenging the top two. Equinoxto is in 16th place with a fastest lap of 1:2.736. Their car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, just a bit behind the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Georgi Numericals is in 18th place with a lap time of 1 minute, 3 seconds and 27 milliseconds. Their race looks like a struggle, probably trying to catch up but still a bit off the pace. Matthewsaurus Rex is in 5th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute and 51.854 seconds. Their car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, just a bit quicker than most around them. Looks like they're holding steady and pushing hard. Gyroscope is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 2 seconds, and 271 milliseconds. Their race seems steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Matthewsaurus Rex is in 5th and holding the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing for a late surge. Matthewsaurus Rex is in 5th but has the fastest lap. Looks like he's saving the best for last, maybe just waiting to pounce. Congratulations, Iron Cross or Wooden Cross. Looks like your victory was as smooth as your name suggests. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic win for Iron Cross or Wooden Cross. Everyone should be taking notes because that was some serious racing skills. Congratulations on the incredible victory. You really showed everyone how it's done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2015 Ferrari FX6K probably has the edge. It's built for speed and handling, especially on a challenging track like Laguna Seca. Plus, with its hybrid powertrain and advanced aerodynamics, it's pretty much a track day beast. The McLaren P1 GTR also looks like a contender, but I think the F66K might just have a slight advantage in pure racing setup. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. Don't want to miss out on all the racing chaos. Hurry up before the countdown runs out. Alright, we've got Toadette TV in a 2015 Ferrari FXXK, which is a beast known for speed and agility, especially on a track like Laguna Seca Vintage. That Ferrari is like the sprinter of the bunch, built for quick acceleration and sharp turns. On the other hand, Amy's behind a 2012 Audi R8 Spider GT, which is a solid performer too, but might struggle a bit with the edge in raw speed and cornering finesse compared to the Ferrari. Given the track and the cars, I'd lean toward Toadette TV having the upper hand here. The Ferrari's technology and design seem more suited for dominating a vintage racing circuit. But hey, who knows? Sometimes the AI throws a curveball, and the Audi might surprise us with some clever handling. Still, I'd put my chips on the Ferrari for this one. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Laguna Seca Vintage with Hypercars and Velocitor 14 on pole in a 2014 Citroen GT. Buckle up. This should be interesting. Just Panchakis is leading the race, with Velocitor 14 right behind in second place. Betsmar in third, trying to keep up. Velocitor 14 just took the lead, claiming first place. Betsmar is not far behind, moving up to second. Chris Gopher is closing in, now in third and chasing that second spot. Looks like a tight race between Betsmar and Chris Gopher. Nonstop is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Just Panchakis is dropping back, losing 17 places to 23. Chris Gopher is inching forward, gaining 1 position to second. Nonstop is really dropping back to 23rd place. Nico Broadcast is climbing up to 3rd. Lifeline is also making moves up to 6th. Nonstop is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to get to 17. Waifuana is inching forward, now in 5th. The battle for 4th between Waifuana and Betsmar is heating up, tight as ever. Chris Gopher and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail at the front. Waifuana just slipped into 4th. Toadette TV is climbing fast, now in 5th after gaining 2 spots. Amy is currently in 12th place with an Audi R8 Spider GT. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. The car's fast lap is still a mystery, so maybe she's just cruising for now. The track's tight corners and elevation changes seem to favor the hypercars with better handling and agility. The top contenders are all pushing hard, but the slower cars are struggling to keep up. Toadette TV and Waifuan are neck and neck for 4th place. Big Boy Bets is climbing up to 6th. Dreletsko and Krandelive are locked in a close fight for 8th. Chris Gopher is now in 1st place. Nikki Broadcast has moved up to 2nd. Toadette TV has climbed 2 spots to take 3rd. Velocitor 14 is on a tear, overtaking 4 cars and claiming the lead. Chris Gopher and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for the top spot. Big Boy Bets is closing in on Waifuan, chipping away at the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Chris Gopher is now in 1st place. Toadette TV has moved up to 2nd. Nico Broadcast is gaining ground and is now 3.5 seconds behind Toadette TV. Krandelive and Betsmar are nose to nose for 6th place. Bubute just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Bubute is really closing in on Amy, now just a second behind. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Wayne Trinity 4 and Grumpy Jeff are nose to nose for 12. Maya is closing in on the 8th place, trying to make a move. Wayne and Trinity 4 just gained a spot, now in 12th, inching closer to the pack. Let's Go and Crandy Live are nose to tail for 7th place. Bubote just gained 1 spot and is now 9th. Bubote and Let's Go are also fighting for 8th place. Betsma is really having a rough time, dropping 10 spots to 16. Toadette TV is gaining on Christopher, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Waifuana and Mikkel Broadcast are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Wow, Christopher, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done. Wow, Christopher really pulled off an amazing victory. Congratulations to them for dominating the race. Looks like they're the king of the track today. Great job. Here's a fun fact about the 1938 Maserati 8CTF. This car was actually built for racing, and was known for its impressive speed and agility during its time. In fact, it set numerous records, and was considered a true masterpiece of engineering. Imagine a car from 1938 still holding its own in a modern AI race. Talk about timeless design and performance. Well, with no info about these drivers, it's like betting on a coin flip with your eyes closed. Both driving the same vintage beauty. So really it comes down to who's feeling luckier today. I'd say let's just enjoy the chaos and see which one makes it to the finish line first. Probably whoever wakes up on the right side of the garage. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at a Venisto vintage track, and leading the pack is the Grand Prix 1930 class car, a 1938 Maserati 8CTF, starting on pole. Looks like classics are ready to show some vintage speed today. Architect has shot off the line and taken an early lead. I am holding second place for now, but Axton Hits is right behind me, trying to make a move. The top three are shaping up to be quite the chase. Architect is dropping back to 7th place. Axton Hits is climbing to 1st. Lemon Coat Gains is moving up to 3rd. Amy is driving a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125, currently in 7th place. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Lemon Cult Games is driving a Maserati 8CTF and is currently in 3rd place. Their race looks steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders and might need some luck to catch up. Grumpy Rurf is driving an Auto Union Type D, a classic racing machine. Looks like they're holding steady in 9th place, not making any big moves yet. Amy is driving a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125, currently in 7th place. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners yet. Oscar Zarot is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C from 1937. They're currently in 12th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Neotexum is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a solid race so far. Axton Hits is leading in a Mercedes-Benz W154 from 1938. Looks like they're comfortably in front, probably enjoying a smooth ride with no major challenges so far. The tight corners are favoring the older Mercedes and Alfa Romeo cars, keeping the top positions close. The straights seem to be giving some room for overtakes, but the narrow sections are making it tricky. Deluxe Combo is driving a 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. They're currently in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Roger Bear 302 is now in 7th place. Grand Peter has also moved up 1 spot, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Shoot 'em Up is climbing fast into 3rd place. Deluxe Combo and Excepcion are both making moves, up 1 spot each. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Amy is climbing fast to take the 4th place. Roger Bear 302 is also making moves, now in 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Grumpy Jerf is climbing nicely into 6th place. Deluxe Combo and Exception are both making moves up to 7th and 8th. Looks like a little shuffle happening in the middle of the pack. Shoot 'em Up is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C and is currently in third place. Their fastest lap is 1:40.82, just behind the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite threatening the top spot yet. Architect is currently in the first position with a Maserati 8CTF. Their race looks like a walk in the park so far, but with that starting position, they might want to watch out for the pack closing in. Neo Texom is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C, a classic racing car known for its agility. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top contenders. Looks like they're holding steady but need a bit more speed to climb higher. Excepcion is racing a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C, which is known for its balanced handling and classic design. They're currently in 8th place trying to catch up but seem to be a bit off the pace with a slower lap time. Roger 302 is driving an Auto Union Type D, starting from the 8th position. He's currently in 5th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 42 seconds, which suggests he's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Excepcion is driving an Alfa Romeo 12C from 1937, currently in 8th place. They're a bit behind the leaders but holding steady. Looks like they're trying to catch up, but the pace isn't quite there yet. Congratulations to Axton Hits on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Wow, Axton Hits really took the checkered flag. Congrats on the win, you've definitely earned it. And a big shout out to Amy for pulling off the most overtakes today. You can now claim the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 Detta. That's quite a historic ride to add to your collection. Well done, everyone. Well, the 1970 Abarth 1600 TCR is a pretty fascinating machine. Did you know it was one of the first cars to really showcase Abarth's passion for racing compact, lightweight cars? It was built for touring car racing, and managed to hold its own against some much larger competitors. Plus, it's got that classic 70s charm with a racing pedigree that makes it a true collector's dream. It's like the David versus Goliath story of the racing world, but with a lot more speed and style. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the action. Hey there, Elias X98. Welcome back to the Racing Madness. Glad to see you return just in time for some AI cars battling it out. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the chaos. Wow, this is a classic showdown. The BMW 2800 CS is a big, heavy luxury cruiser, and probably feels more at home on a smooth highway than a racetrack. The Toyota 2000 GT, on the other hand, is lightweight and nimble, almost like a little fighter jet on wheels. I'd put my chips on the Toyota for the win. It's got the agility and speed advantage, especially on a twisty course like La Sarthe Retro. But hey, never underestimate the power of a well-placed vintage charm. Let's see who makes history today. Alright folks, the race is on at La Sarthe Retro, and the Frogsworth Group 3 class car is starting on pole. It's a classic 1972 BMW 2800 CS up front, so let's see if nostalgia can boost its speed today. Tight T61 has shot off the line into the lead. Frogsworth is hanging tight in second, and Amy is holding on to third, probably wondering if she can catch up. Amy is now in second place. Tidy 61 and Amy are nose to tail for the lead. Frogsworth and Amy are also close, fighting for second. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Dishonored Fox is making a solid push, now in 5th. That Salty Serena is creeping up to 8th. Wauxy B is climbing up to 5th place. Caffeinated Car is right behind in 6th. Diroc Official and That Salty Serena are neck and neck for 8th. Dishonored Fox is climbing to 5th place. Diroc Official is now in 8th. Buffini 19 is making a move to 23rd. Elias X98 is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Frankworthy is closing in on Lakaiju, cutting the gap by a second. Rafael is climbing to 6th place. Taylor's of Streli is now 9. Iliasic's 98 has moved up to 11. Looks like everyone's making a little progress. Rafael is climbing 1 spot to take 5th place. Dishonored Fox and the Rafael are locked in a close fight for 5th. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 11. Rafael is closing in on Caffeinated Car, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. They are in a tight fight for 4th place. Taylor's of Streli is climbing up 2 spots to take 7th. Rafael and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 4th place. Taylor's of Streli is inching closer to Dishonored Fox, closing the gap by a second and a half. Darroch Official and Tales of Streli are also locked in a fierce duel for 7. Darroch Official is on a roll, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nico Broadcast is climbing fast, now in 10th after a similar move. Joey Pastrami is also making progress, now in 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Dishonored Fox and Caffeinated Car are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya is closing the gap on Tales of Streli, shaving off 2.4 seconds. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 15th place, 1 spot gained. Tales of Streli is climbing up to 6th place. Nico Broadcast is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by over 2 seconds. Ilyas 98 is moving up to 13th. Iliasic's 98 and WoW KCB are battling it out for 12th. Looks like a close one. Your Instinct is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming, cutting the gap by 7.8 seconds. Dishonored Fox has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Joey Pastrami has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Darroch Official is climbing to 4th place. Maya is now in 8th. Nihil Broadcast is catching up to Joey Pastrami, closing the gap by 1 second. Darroch Official is closing in on Frogsworth, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Tales of Streli is climbing up to 5th place. Caffeinated Car is moving up to 8th place. Dishonored Fox is gaining on Rafael, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya is climbing 1 spot to 8th place. That's Altis Arena is narrowing distance to Miko Broadcast, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Darroch Official is gaining on Frogsworth. The gap is shrinking fast. Maya is closing in on Dishonored Fox, getting closer with every lap. Joey Pastrami is inching toward Caffeinated Car, but still a bit behind. Wow, Tai 61 just took the checkered flag. Clearly, they were in a league of their own. Well done, champion. Wow. Big congratulations to Titus 61 for taking the win. That was quite the race, wasn't it? Now, Amy, you've earned yourself a classic 1972 BMW 2800 CS from Group 3. Make sure to claim that shiny beauty. Looks like the race was full of surprises today. Sure. Did you know that the Caterham Cup cars are so lightweight and nimble that they can turn corners faster than most people can blink? It's like watching tiny rockets on wheels zoom through the track. They might be small, but they sure make a big splash in the racing world. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is shaping up to be a true test of luck, and perhaps some secret talent. Since they're both in the same car at Bremgarten, it's going to come down to who can handle the twists and turns better under pressure. Honestly, it's anyone's game at this point. I'd say just sit back and enjoy the chaos and surprises. Who knows, maybe the unknown will surprise us all. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bremgarten, and leading the pack is iconic Odd in a 2013 Caterham 620R. It's starting strong from pole. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Sputnik NZ is leading the race, holding the first place. Iconic Odd is right behind in second. Iron Cross Ordencross is in third, trying to keep up. The pack is still close at the start. Iconic Odd and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail at the front. Crash Crashton just overtook someone to grab the fourth spot. Viswat Indio is climbing fast, now in seventh after moving up 2 places. Iconic Odd and Sputnik NZ are nose to tail at the front. Schmerzenleve just gained a spot and is closing in on Zinyahima. That P11 fight is heating up. Iconic Odd takes the lead, moving up to first place. Zinyahima advances 1 spot to 11. Zinyahima and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for 10th. Ilya 698 and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 4th place. GM Prime is sneaking up 1 spot to 9th. And now, Maya and GM Prime are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Amy and Juna got the leads, are nose to nose for 17. The race is heating up at the back. Bremgarten's tight corners and narrow layout are making overtakes tricky. so staying consistent seems to be the key here. Sputnik NZ is holding the lead with a comfortable gap, but Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is right behind, and could pounce if Sputnik NZ slips. Still early, so anything can happen. Sputnik NZ is in second place driving a 2013 Caterham 620R. Their race looks solid so far, staying close behind the leader without any major drama. Jonas Gottlieds is driving a 2013 Caterham 620R. They are currently in the 18th place, so the race might be a bit of a struggle for them. Bokka Moning is driving a 2013 Caterham 620R and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite making the move to the front. Bremgarten's tight corners and narrow layout are making overtakes tricky, so the top positions are staying pretty stable for now. Lithocarp's car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, just ahead of the last place. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making much progress. Jonas Gottlieds is driving a 2013 Caterham 620R, just ahead of Amy in the standings. Looks like they're holding a solid position but not making any big moves yet. GM Prime is in 10th place, so they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Their car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, just like everyone else. Looks like they're just cruising along for now. Bobardo is in 7th place with a Caterham 620R. Looks like they're stuck in a no-man's land with no lap times recorded. So maybe they're just cruising or having some technical issues. The Caterham Cup cars are pretty evenly matched, so the track's tight corners and technical layout at Bremgarten are likely causing close battles and overtaking opportunities. Iconic Odd is holding a solid lead and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident unless someone pulls off a miracle. Maya is in 8th place with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 21 seconds and 89 hundredths. Her car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, and she's holding her own among the pack. Looks like she's not making any big mistakes so far. Trash Crashton is holding on to 3rd place, but Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is right behind him, ready to pounce. Elias X988 and Trash Crashton are still neck and neck for 4th position, not giving each other an inch. Zenyahima and GM Prime are battling hard for 10th. Looks like they're not planning to give up that spot easily. Jonas Gottlieds is in the 18th place with the fastest lap of 2:21.409. Their car is a 2013 Caterham 620R, and it looks like they're just hanging on to the back of the pack without much excitement. Congratulations, Iconic Odd. You really showed them how it's done at Bremgarten. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, iconic. Odd really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race, you earned it. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would go with the Lotus 77. It's the only one from the list that was designed with quite a bit of innovation for its time. And in a hypothetical race on a track like Berlin's E-Prix circuit, I imagine its agility and aerodynamics could give it an edge. Although all these cars are from 1976, I think the Lotus 77's handling characteristics might just edge out the others in a modern electric racing environment. Even if it's a bit of a nostalgic choice. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks quick or you might be stuck with whatever the AI throws in last minute. Time's ticking, so get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Ilya 78 with a bit of a tough track record, only one win out of 20 races. That's not exactly setting the world on fire, but at least they've been around enough times to know their way around. On the other hand, Okinabaka is a mystery. Kind of like that friend you invite to a party and realize they're more of a wallflower. If I had to bet, I'd lean towards a driver with a bit more experience, even if their stats aren't screaming champion. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Maybe Okinabaka has a secret weapon up their sleeve. Or maybe not. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Berlin E-Prix track, and Lithocarp is starting on pole with the classic 1976 Penske PC3. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern chaos. Lithocarp has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Vano 1857 is right behind in second. And Wrestling 567 is in third place. Looks like a tight start. Hikori Hamsam is climbing fast into second place. Lithocarp is right behind, ready to pounce for the lead. Amy and Relaxed View are locked in a close fight for fifth. Hikori Hamzam has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Lithocarp is right behind, trying to snatch that top spot. Slipsledy Gaming has climbed 2 positions and is now in 8th place. Lithocarp takes the lead and is now in first place. Banona 1857 climbs to second, Slipsley Gaming makes a nice jump to 6. Slipsley Gaming is closing in on Relaxed View, cutting the gap by 230 seconds. Elias698 is climbing up to 9th place. Elias698 and Okanabaka are nose-to-nose for 8th. Vanoni 1857 and Lithocarp are neck and neck for the lead. Relaxed View just sneaked into 4th place. Elias698 is climbing up to 8th. Vinoyan 1857 just snatched the lead from Lithocarp and is now in 1st place. Lithocarp is hanging close behind trying to reclaim it. Okinabaka is climbing up to 7th place, making some moves. Relaxed View is closing in on Hikari Hamsam, cutting the gap by over a second. Slipsley Gaming just moved up 1 spot to 5th. Wrestling 567 and Slipslide Gaming are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Slipsley Gaming is closing in on Relaxed View with a 5.3 second gap. Okinabaka and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th place. Willow Shrub just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Nishanmen is on the move, climbing 3 places to 9. Okinabaka is dropping back, losing 8 spots to 16. Relaxed View is gaining ground, moving up 1 to 3. Relaxed View is driving a Tyrrell 007, which is currently in 3rd place. They've set the fastest lap of the race so far at 1 minute 30 seconds, AM 036 milliseconds. Looks like they're pushing hard and making moves. Hikoriamsam just overtook someone to grab 3rd place. Slipsley Gaming is gaining on Relaxed View, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Wrestling 567 and Slip and Slidey Gaming are nose-to-nose for 5th. Hikori Hamsam just overtook the leader and is now in 1st place. Lithocarp is sticking close behind in 2nd. Wrestling 567 has climbed to 4th, closing the gap. Relaxed View is making a bold move to the front, overtaking 4 cars to take the lead. Slipsley Gaming is climbing steadily into the top 4. Elias698 is closing the gap on Amy by 1.6 seconds, so expect some action soon. Wrestling 567 just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Slipsley Gaming and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for that spot. Sasatur is climbing steadily into the top 10. Lithocarp and Hikari Hamsam are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Vanon 1857 just gained 1 spot and is now 5th. Vanona 1857 and Slipslide Gaming are locked in a close fight for 4th. Sasatur is on fire, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Maya is making some moves, climbing into the top 10. Mission Man is having a tough time, dropping a few spots behind. Relaxed View is now in first place. Hikoriam-san has moved up to second. Lithocarp is in third. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Vanonit 1857 is climbing up to third place. Vanonit 1857 and Hikoriam-san are nose to nose for second. Wrestling 567 and Lithocarp are locked in a close fight for fourth. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to fourth place. Slipslide Gaming is also moving up to fifth. Lithocarp and Slipslide Gaming are nose to nose for fifth. Sasatura is closing in on Air Pink Wolf rapidly, cutting the gap by 9 seconds. Wrestling 567 has climbed to third place, overtaking one racer. Slipslide Gaming is right behind in fourth, also moving up one spot. The battle for third is heating up between Wrestling 567 and Slipslide Gaming. Wow, Relaxed View, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all that relaxation paid off. Wow! Congratulations to Relaxed View on winning the race. That was an impressive display of driving skills, even if it's just AI cars flying around the track. Now, special shout out to LESS98 for winning the bet race. They can now claim a 1976 Ligier JS5 from the F1 1976 season. That's quite a vintage prize, so make sure to cherish it. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Better make your picks before time runs out or you might end up with the car nobody wanted. Don't say I didn't warn you. Here's a fun fact for you. Vintage Trans Am race cars are like rolling pieces of history. They're often restored to look just like they did back in the day, complete with the classic paint jobs and big roaring engines. It's almost like watching a time machine on wheels, but with a lot more noise and a lot less time travel. Alright folks, this is quite the vintage showdown. Vargala Set is behind the wheel of a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, a classic muscle car known for its raw power and sporty attitude. On the other hand, Sepp Brandigan has the 1967 Mercury Cougar, a sleek, stylish ride with a slightly more refined edge. Given the track and these ferocious machines, I'm leaning towards the Camaro because of its aggressive design and horsepower. But hey, the Cougar's got charm, and maybe some clever AI tricks up its sleeve? It's gonna be fun to see which of these iconic cars claws its way to the front. Who do you guys think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone. Maya is on pole in the vintage Trans Am class, driving a 1970s Chevrolet Camaro. So we're in for some classic muscle car action. Let's see if she can hold that lead. Maya has taken the lead right out of the gate. Vagala Svet is holding strong in second place, and Zabrandigan is close behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Yadianbian is climbing up to fourth place. Lil Sprout is now in sixth. Someone is making their way to eighth. Zabrandigan and Vagala Svet are nose to tail for second place. Rusna Palm6 just gained one spot, now in 12th. Gay Empress and Rob Swizzle are locked in a close fight for 13th. Zabrandigan just overtook Vagala Svet for second place. Vagala Svet is not giving up easily though. Ovidus is climbing up to 10th place, making moves. Vagala Svet is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro, just behind me in third place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leader. No sign of overtaking yet. Maya is leading in her vintage Trans Am with a 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. She's been dominant from the start and looks to be maintaining her pace. No sign of trouble so far. The track's tight corners seem to favor the vintage Trans Am cars, keeping the top three tightly packed. The Group 2 cars are spread out, likely struggling with the track's demands. Lil Sprout just gained one position and is now in fifth place. Amy and Lil Sprout are closely fighting for fifth position. No clear leader yet. Amy just gained one spot and is now in fifth place. Rusna Palm6 and MooTube are nose to tail for 11th. Crandelia is closing in on the car ahead, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Rusna Palm6 just moved up one spot to 11th place. MooTube and Rusna Palm6 are nose to tail for the 11th spot. Looks like a battle is brewing. Eliasix 988 is climbing up to 6th place. Lil Sprout and Elias are still nose to nose for 6th. MooTube is pushing into 12th. Ovidus is climbing up to 9th place now. Gandalive and Ovidus are nose to nose for that 9th spot. Gate Empress is sneaking into 12th place. JD Anburn is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, sitting in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Zabrandigan is sticking close behind the leader in that vintage Mercury Cougar. Looks like a tight chase for 2nd place. J.D. Anburen is driving a 1970 Pontiac Firebird, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any major moves yet. Ovidus is climbing up to 8th place. Someone and Ovidus are nose to nose for that spot. Rob Swizzle is sneaking into 13th, inching closer to the pack. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Iliasix 988 is closing in on the top 5. Lil Sprout is inching closer to the top 5 as well. Amy is making a move towards the podium. Vargala set just overtook someone to take 3rd place. The battle for 3rd is heating up between Amy and Vargala Svet. Ovidas is climbing up to 7th place. Vargala Set and Amy are neck and neck for 3rd place. Maya is closing in on them. T-Empress is climbing up to 9th. Maya is leading the race in a vintage 1970 Chevrolet Camaro. She's been fastest so far with a 2:12.031 and seems to be holding a comfortable lead. Looks like she's got this one under control. Rusna Pound 6 is driving a 1966 GMG BGT. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, and they're currently in 14th place. Maya is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control for now. Rusna Ponzix is driving a 1966 MG-Men BDGT. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap so far and sitting in the 13th spot. Wow, Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the race was just a walk in the park for you. Well done, Aiden. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. That was an incredible performance. You really showed those other cars who's boss. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. You just zoomed through that track like it was nothing. And now you get to claim this classic 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Nice work, Iliasix98. You also deserve some applause for making the most overtakes. That kind of aggressive driving takes skill. And now you get your hands on a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Well done! Here's a fun fact for you. The 2000 supercars racing class was known for combining outrageous speed with sometimes questionable aerodynamics. Some of the cars looked like they had been designed by a mad scientist with a love for going fast, but not always for staying on the track. It was a time when manufacturers really pushed the envelope, creating machines that looked like they could hurtle into space, but still managed to race fiercely on the ground. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you waited too long. Hurry up and make that choice before the race kicks off. Hey, come to Valentina Sutter, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Hope you're ready to see some cars that make even the most skilled drivers look slow. Wow! These are quite the contrasting machines. The Bugatti Veyron is all about luxury and top speed, but it's a bit of a heavyweight. The Radical SR8, on the other hand, is a track-focused beast, lightweight and razor-sharp on the corners. Given that, I'd say the Radical has the edge on Huachilalum Largo, especially since it's built for racing and agility. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Huachilalum Largo. Ilias698 is starting on pole in a 2006 Ultima GTR 720. A true beast from the 2000 supercar era. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead. Ilias698 has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Comte Valentina Soter is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Rosegod Gamin just overtook someone to take fourth place. Amy has gained 2 spots and is now in fifth. Trotting Jarl and Amy are neck and neck for fifth place. Looks like a close fight. G-Max 8 is slicing through the field to reach 9th place. Amy is climbing to 4th place, making her way through the pack. Rondon 69 is advancing to 6th place, gaining ground steadily. Trotting Jarl is inching closer to Rondon 69, closing the gap by a second and a half. They're battling for 6th place. J-Max just overtook someone to climb into 8th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Amy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Rondon 69 is climbing up to 5th. Rondon 69 and Comte Valentina Soter are nose to nose for 4th. Rondon 69 just overtook someone for 4th place. Looks like they're on a mission. G-Max 8 is closing in on Rosegod Gaming, the gap shrinking fast. Maya and Amy are still battling for 2nd, but no moves yet. Amy just overtook someone to take 2nd place. G-Max 8 is climbing fast into the top 5. The Betty White show is closing in on Rosegod Gaming, but still a bit of a gap to close. Amy's holding the 2nd spot, and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard. The Betty White Show is now 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Roosevelt Gaming and the Betty White Show are still battling for 7th. Lord Buttrell has moved up to 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Strutting Jarl is driving a 1999 Mercedes-Benz KLK GT. It looks like their race is not going well with the slowest lap time, and a position in the middle of the pack. The track seems to favor high-speed cars with its long straightaways, evident from the top contenders like Elias and Amy maintaining strong positions with quick lap times. The tighter corners might be causing some gaps, especially for the slower cars. The Betty White Show just edged ahead of Camta Valentina Sauter for 6th place. They're really neck and neck now. Amy's leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard to stay ahead. Lord Buttrell is driving a 2003 Ferrari 360 CS. They're currently in the 8th place, and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, over a second slower than the leader. Amy is holding a solid 2nd place, and just set the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard to challenge for the win. Amy's got the fastest lap, but is stuck in 2nd, so he's definitely pushing hard to try and overtake Elias. A subclass alive just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Rosego Gaminian and Official Class Alive are nose to nose, battling for that 8th spot. Amy is driving a 2005 Bugatti Veyron and is currently in 2nd place. She's been quick with a fastest lap of 1:8.373, just slightly faster than the leader. Looks like she's got a good shot at the top spot if she keeps this pace. Wow, Elias X988 just took the victory. Looks like someone was born to cross the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Big congrats to Elias X988 for taking the win. That was a fantastic race. And hey Amy, you did it in the bet race. Congratulations! You can claim that shiny 2005 Bugatti Veyron Talway. Looks like someone's going to be cruising in style. Sure thing. Did you know the Fuji Vintage Club track is famous for its tight corners and elevation changes that make even the most confident drivers second-guess their braking points? It's like a roller coaster for cars, but without the loops. Perfect for those vintage cars that like to show their muscles on a twisty track. Hey there, Nalga77. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're still here cheering on these AI race cars. Buckle up, because things are about to get even more intense. Alright. So Cranda Live is taking the 2015 Ford Falcon FGX, and Zero Time Live is in the 27 Holden Commodore VE. Both are pretty solid Aussie muscle cars, but the Ford FGX is a bit newer, and might have a slight edge in technology and handling. The Commodore VE is known for its raw power and reliability, but it's a tad older. On Fuji Vintage Club, I'd probably lean towards Cranda Live's Ford to come out ahead, especially if the track favors quick acceleration and agility. But don't count Zero Time Live out. Sometimes old school strength can surprise you. So my bet is on Cranda Live to take this one, but it's definitely going to be a close race. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race is underway at Fuji Vintage Club. And taking the pole position is the V8 supercar in the Token Explorer class, a 2019 Ford Mustang. Buckle up, it's going to be an interesting one. Hey Darth Blazer, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you popping in again. Hope you're ready for some thrilling AI car races. Daisy Shines has shot out in front, leading the pack. Lemon Cup Games is hot on her heels in second. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is holding on to third, but expect some fireworks soon. Lemon Cult Games just snuck into first place. Daisy Shines is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Toucan's Flora and Elias S988 are locked in a fierce fight for fourth. Nergutsu climbs to sixth place. Nergutsu and Toucan's Flora are nose-to-nose for fifth. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and the Cironi are locked in a close fight for eighth. Daisy Shines and Lemon Cult Games are nose-to-nose for the lead. Kamta Valentinizota and Margutsu are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked up to eighth place, making moves. Maya is now in eighth place after overtaking 3 cars. Knalga 77 has also climbed 3 spots, now in 9th. Daisy Shines and Lemon Cult Games are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 8th. Daisy Shines just nudged into first, and Lemon Cult Games is right behind, both battling for the top spot. Lemon Cult Games and Dicey Kings are nose-to-nose for the lead. Silver Gaming and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Dylan Fox 213 is climbing up the field, gaining 1 spot to sit in 17th. Knaga 77 is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Grandelev is making moves up to 13th. Stabby Gale Killens is charging through to 17. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to the top, taking the lead. Daisy Chance is right behind, not letting go easily. Comte Valentini Sutter and Toucan's Flora are neck and neck for 5th place. Iron Cross, a wooden cross, and Daisy Chains are still neck and neck for second place. Maya is closing in on them. Comta Valentini Sauter just moved into fifth, looking to climb even higher. Ilias X988 and Iron Crosser Wooden Cross are nose to tail for third place. Tukins Flores climbing up to fifth. Knalga 77 is inching into eighth. Knalga 77 and Murgutsu are locked in a close fight for seventh. Maya is now in seventh place, climbing up the ranks. Shrine and Inozi 12002 are nose to nose for 11th. Katikon Bunny and Zero Time Alive are locked in a close fight for 14th. Dicey Shines is climbing up to first place now. Lemon Cult Games and Dicey Chains are nose to nose for the lead. Ilias X988 is also making a move, now in third. Lemon Cult Games just snuck into first place, leaving Daisy Chains in a close second. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross, and Elias X988 are nose to nose for third. This race is heating up. Iron Cross, a Wooden Cross is dropping like a stone to 15th place. Tukins Flora is also falling back to 16. Comta Valentina Sauter is climbing nicely to 4th. Elias X988 and Daisy Kings are neck and neck for second place. Amy is climbing 2 spots to 15. Stabby Gale Killams is also moving up 2 spots to 16th. Well, look at that, Lemon Cult Games took the top spot. Guess they really know how to race at Fuji Vintage Club. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Lemon Cult Games for winning the race. Well done, you really sped past the competition. And hey, Maya just snagged the fastest lap, so she's claiming a 2019 Ford Mustang with a V8 Supercars engine. Nice ride! Make sure to enjoy that beast. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Gold Coast circuit, I would go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. It has that legendary racing DNA, a solid balance of power and handling, and a reputation for dominating in its era. Plus, on a twisty circuit like Gold Coast, I think its agility and rear-wheel drive layout would give it an edge over some of the more bulkier or less nimble options. That thing's got history and attitude. So I'd put my money on it. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, hurry up! The clock's ticking and we don't want any last-minute panic choosing. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback showdown. The Opel Kadett from 1977 versus the Nissan Fairlady Z 432 from 1970. Both classic choices, but I have to say the Nissan's got a bit more of that sporty, racing pedigree. The Z series is known for its speed and agility, so I'm leaning towards DFZ's winning this race. But hey, the Opel could surprise us with some vintage charm and clever handling. It's all about how well they're powered up and the racecourse itself. Very close call, but I'd give the edge to the Nissan Fairlady Z 432. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Gold Coast track with the 1970s slow car class. Maya's on pole driving a classic 1977 Opel Kadett CGTE. Let's see if she can hold the lead or if the vintage beast will surprise us. Maya is leading the race right now, holding the first place. DFZ's is right behind in second, and Mattisberry is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are all bunched up early on. DFZ takes the lead, climbing one spot to first place. Drivone 192X advances to 10th place, and Bolesco Bine moves up to 13th. The race is heating up. Mattisberry just overtook someone and is now in second place. Maya is right behind, closing the gap. This race is heating up. Darth Blazer and Bunnysuff Doom are nose to tail for the 14th spot. Naga 77 is climbing up one position to 19. Exhaust 21 and Naga 77 are fighting it out for 18. The Liskotbein is driving a 1975 Ford Escort Mark on E-Tundel. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Mattisberry is in second place with a 1972 BMW CS. The car is known for its lightweight and agility, so they might be making some moves. Race looks steady so far, no overtakes yet. Stabigale Killens is climbing up to third place. Bunnysoft Doom is making a move to 13th. Bunnysoft Doom and Violetta Mama are nose to nose for 12th. Billisgoatbeina and Bunnysoft Doom are nose to tail for 13th place. Aminsan and Exhaust 21 are locked in a close fight for 19. Stabigale Killens is really closing in on Mattisberry. Just a second behind now. Aminsan has climbed one spot and is now in the 19th position. The vintage cars are slow and unpredictable, making overtakes tricky in race positions pretty much a game of patience and luck. Mattisberry and DFZ's are nose to tail at the front. Joan Wolf is climbing up to 6th place. Vanone 1857 and DJ Lone Wolf are trading paint for 6th spot. Cobracle just sneaked into 7th place, pushing someone down a spot. Unknown in 1857, and Cobracle are nose to nose for that same position. JD Anburn is closing in on Amy fast, shrinking the gap by a full second. Cobracle is driving a 1971 Puma GTB, a classic Italian sports car de Wanagyu. They're currently in 8th place, making some moves but still chasing the top. Looks like a steady race so far. Athena CNC is climbing to 4th place. Bunnies of Doom is now in 12th. Darth Blazer has moved into 13th. Abigail Killens is leading in a 1973 Alpine, a 110/1600 SI. They're holding a solid position and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're driving smoothly and setting the pace. Nerdisberry and D-Fizzards are nose to tail at the front. Knaga 70's climbing fast, now in the top 15. Cobracle is climbing up to 6th place. Jill and Wolf and Cobracle are nose to nose for that spot. Jack Plays is sneaking into 8th place. Jerk Plate is right behind D. Joan Wolf now. Bunnies of Doom is climbing steadily into the top 10. Knaga 77 is gaining on Darth Blazer. Looks like the fight for position is heating up. Amin Son is driving a 1969 Fiat Dino 2400. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just outside the top 10, and seem to be holding steady without much drama. Knaga 77 advances to 12th place. JD Anburn climbs to 15th place. Violetta Mama and JD Anburn are nose to nose for 15th place. Darth Blazer is climbing up to 13th place. Lucky Bird and Darth Blazer are neck and neck for that spot. Amy is advancing to 17th place. She's locked in a close fight with Violetta Mama for 16. Natus Perry takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Cobracle advances to 5th. Joan Wolf moves into 6th. The race is heating up. Van 1957 just climbed one spot to 7th place twice. Drivon 192 keks and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 8th. Bunnies of Doom is chipping away at Dre 192x, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Wow, Dithserts just took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing. Wow, Madisberry really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned it. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Fuji Vintage Can-Am track. Did you know that this track used to be a regular part of the legendary Can-Am series back in the day? It's like racing on a piece of history, where the curves and straights seem to whisper stories of fierce battles and legendary drivers. Plus, its combination of steep climbs and sharp corners makes it a real challenge, even for AI races. It's basically a playground for those who love a good mix of speed and skill. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance. The clock is ticking down fast. Don't miss out on your shot to see which AI vehicle dominates the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a tough one. Both cars have their own charm and strengths. The Lista Storm GT is a classic beast with great power and a bit of vintage flair. But the SCGP 45 competition brings some modern engineering and sleek design to the table. On Fuji Vintage Can-Am, I'd probably lean towards the PFAR 5 just because of its more advanced aerodynamics and technology. But hey, don't count out the Storm. It might surprise us with its raw horsepower. Who do you think is going to take it? Alright everyone, the race is underway at the legendary Fuji Vintage Can-Am track. Reinecke is starting on pole, steering a classic 2006 Aston Martin DB-R9. Let's see if that beauty can hold on to the lead, or if the competition will catch up. Knaga 77 is leading the race, sitting comfortably at the front. Rob Sizzle is hot on their heels in second place. Reinecke is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Now Pink Wolf is charging through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Rob Swizzle and Naga 77 are nose to tail at the front, still fighting for the lead. Emerald Tick 398 and Gabitha Minimac are locked in a close duel for 5th. Reinecke is climbing fast to second place. Arknit Maya is still holding strong in the lead. Knaga 77 and Reinecke are nose to tail for the top spot. Amy and Jackson Dabox are making their way through the pack. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Jackson Dabox is making a move and now in 11th. Emerald Tick 3988 is inching closer to the top, now in 7th. Rob Sizzle and Rainikia nose to tail for 2nd place. Amy just gained a spot to 9th. She's now battling Mattheosaurus Rex for 8th. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Silvergirl is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 16. Rob Swizzle is making progress, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. Brando Booster is on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Buckyboard is right behind, also making a move to 9th. I am catching up, now in 11th after overtaking 3 cars. The race is heating up. Brando Buster just sneaked into 7th place. Jackson Dabox and Brando Buster are still neck and neck for that spot. I am climbing up to 10th place. Looks like I am making some progress. Violetta Mama is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 11th place. Rob Swizzle and Naga 77 are nose to nose for the lead. Brando Booster gains 1 position, now sitting in 6th. Brando Booster is closing in on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. Buckyboard just gained 2 spots and is now 7th. I am moving up 1 spot and now 9th place. Maya and Jackson Dabox are nose to tail for 8th place. Violetta Mama just slipped into 10th. Gabby the Minimac and Emerald Tick 388 are swapping paint for 13th. Maya is now in 8th place. Violetta Mama is gaining on Jackson Dabox, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Clarity has moved up to 14th place. Katsuma Girl is driving a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta Tata. Looks like she's stuck in the back with no lap times recorded, so her race isn't exactly a thrill ride so far. Katsuma Girl is driving a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta. Looks like she's stuck in the back, probably just enjoying the scenery, or figuring out how to catch up. Reinecke is driving a 2006 Aston Martin DBR9, and is currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady, but they're a good chunk behind the leaders. Rob Swizzle is holding a slight lead over Amy, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a nail biter for the final lap. Rob Swizzle and Naga 77 are neck and neck for 1st place. Violetta Mama is climbing up to 8th place. Violetta Mama and Buckybird are fighting hard for 7th. Rob Swizzle takes the lead, now in 1st place. Brando Booster moves up to 5th, closing the gap with Amy Dodd tight. Looks like a close fight for 5th place. Kalia Girl is driving a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta Dark. Looks like she's stuck in last place and hasn't posted a valid lap time yet. Trash Crashton is driving a 2004 Toyota Corolla. They're currently in the middle of the pack, but seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, as they're quite a bit slower than the leaders. Brandobuster is gaining on Imogen Tempest, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amarillo Take 398 is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 11th place. Wow! Rob Swizzle took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow! Rob Swizzle really pulled off an incredible feat today, winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. Talk about domination. Congratulations, Rob Swizzle. You just made this race unforgettable. Can't wait to see if anyone can take you down next time. Alright folks, did you know that the 2012 Zenvos T1 is basically a supercar from a small Danish company that decided to make a car so fast, it could probably outrun a cheetah and still have enough juice to serve you a latte? It's got a crazy 7-liter twin supercharged V8 engine that produces over 1,000 horsepower. That's like having a rocket strapped to your ride, minus the fiery exhaust flames. It's such a rare beast that owning one is pretty much like having a secret superhero car, only instead of fighting crime, it just leaves everyone in the dust. Alright everyone, hurry up and make your picks. The clock's ticking and we don't want any late submissions. Get those cars chosen before it's too late, or you might end up racing with something you didn't want. Ooh, this is a tough one. The Ferrari 599 GTO is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. But the Pagani Huayra? That car is a piece of art on wheels. with its lightweight build and incredible aerodynamics. In a race on Albi Vintage, the driving skills are important, but the car's characteristics really shine through. The Pagani's superior agility and modern tech might give Titus 61 an edge. Meanwhile, Autoliatoria's Ferrari could try to use its brute force, but it might struggle navigating the tight corners. So, if I had to guess, I'd put my chips on Titus 61 and the Pagani. But you know, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Sometimes even the underdog surprises us. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at Albi Vintage, and driving from the front in the supercar class is Scorched Log in a 2020 Apollo Intensa Emozione. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole or if the pack will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed by Scorched Log in second and Girl of Diamond in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Reiko Haruji is climbing to third place. BioArt is also moving up to fourth. Girl of Diamond and BioArt are nose to nose in that battle for fourth. Scorched Log is holding onto the lead with Amy right behind in second place. Bethreline and Jamaster the Gamma Name 1000 are still neck and neck for 6th place. Tales of Strilly and Bethreline are battling for 7th place now. Maya is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Adenflash is also making moves, now in 10th after a similar surge. Yamasta Tegaman 1000 is having a tough time, dropping 9 spots to 15th. Bethreline is now in 6th place. Titus 61 has climbed to 8th. Adenflash is in 9th. Looks like everyone's making moves. Girl of Diamond is gaining on BioArt, and they are battling for 4th place. Gamasta to Gamanin 1000 is closing in on Nalga 77, and the gap is shrinking fast. Bethreline is climbing to 5th place. Maya is also moving up to 6th place. Girl of Diamond and Maya are locked in a close fight for 6th. The track's tight corners seem to favor the more agile cars, helping the smaller, lighter vehicles stay competitive, while the bigger ones struggle to overtake. Naturally Unlucky just sneaked into the 12th place. Autoliatorias and Naturally Unlucky are nose to nose for that spot. Yamasta Tegamaning 1000 is closing the gap on Nalga 77, so expect some fireworks soon. Titus 61 just snuck into 7th place. Telos of Strilly is climbing up to 9th. Day Factor and Adenflash are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a close fight. Tailors of Strilly is closing in on Girl of Diamond, shrinking the gap by 1/42. Day Factor is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Tailors of Strilly and Day Factor are locked in a tight duel for 9th. Day Factor is climbing to 9th place. Naturalian Lucky is now in 12th. Gamasta to Gamber 9000 is closing the gap on Nalga 77 by 2.6 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Day Factor is climbing up to 8th place. Girl of Diamond is right behind, both fighting for that 8th spot. Looks like a close one. Maya just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Bethraline is right behind and they're nose to tail. Taylor's Australian Girl of Diamond are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Bethraline just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Maya and Bethraline are nose to tail for 5th. T61 is closing the gap on Maya by 1.7 seconds, so expect some fireworks soon. Well, look at that. Scorched Log just took the top spot. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a fantastic victory for Scorched Log. Congratulations on taking the top spot. I guess all those hours of practice really paid off. Amazing job! Sure! Did you know that the Tsukuba short track is famous for its super tight corners and quick acceleration zones? It's like the racetrack version of a roller coaster for cars. Perfect for testing the limits of AI drivers and making the race a thrilling ride from start to finish. Alright everyone, get your choices in before the clock runs out. Don't miss your chance to pick the winning machine, or at least the one that looks coolest. Keep those picks coming. Alright, this is shaping up to be an interesting duel. The Dodge Viper GTS ACR from 1999 is a beast with all its raw power and aggressive handling, especially on a track like Tsukuba Short. That car's known for its sharp corners and high-speed capabilities. On the other hand, the 2006 Chevrolet Corvette C6 is a solid performer with a more refined, balanced approach and excellent mid-range torque. Given the track and the cars, I'd say the Viper has a slight edge in raw speed and agility, but the Corvette's stability might keep it competitive. It's a close call, but I'm leaning toward the Dodge Viper because its aggressive nature tends to shine on shorter, technical courses like this one. Still, I wouldn't count out the Corvette. It's a tough opponent. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Tsukuba short track, and Blaming Buddha is on pole, cruising in a 2003 Spiker C8 La Violette. Let's see if that rare beauty can hold the lead or if these AI drivers have other plans. Blaming Buddha has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place trying to keep up. Starbix is in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Pumpkin of Glory is on a tier, taking the lead from 3 cars ahead. Pondon is climbing 2 spots to secure 4th. De Factor is making a move, advancing 1 position to 6th. Starbix and Pondon are nose to tail fighting for 4th place. Airafa A and De Factor are locked in a close scrap for 6th. De Factor is climbing to 5th place. Pondon and De Factor are nose to nose for 4th. Knalga 77 is making a move to 14th. De Factor just overtook someone and is now in 4th place. Lirazel and Axton Hits are nose to nose for 10th. Amin San is climbing up to 13th. Tugonit DTV and Aminsan are nose to tail for 12th place. Aminsan just made a move, but Tugonit DTV is holding firm. This could go either way. Katsumor Girl just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Tugonit DTV is climbing up to 12th. No surprises yet. Just the usual chess game on wheels. Swell Place V is climbing up to 8th place. Looks like Arfael and Swell Place TV are locked in a close fight for that spot. Arfe is climbing up to 8th place. Knalga 77 is making a move to 14th. The race is heating up. Pumpkin of Glory is leading in a 24 Porsche 91199 6 GT3, known for its sharp handling and balanced performance. They seem to be holding a solid pace and maintaining the lead without much trouble so far. Lirazel is now in 10th place. Axton Hits and Lirazel are battling hard for that position. Knalga 77 has also gained 1 spot, and is now in 12th. Pumpkin of Glory is leading in a 24 Porsche 911996 GT3, which is known for its sharp handling and balanced performance. Looks like they're holding a solid lead and setting the pace with the fastest lap so far. Pumpkin of Glory's leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident. Katanini Kajayamin Telzadzik. And Kano Gilzaviyamakandi Sensual, and Starbix, are nose to nose for 6th place. Irafaya and Kazuma Girl are locked in a fierce duel for 7. Tilgon at TTV just snuck into 12th, climbing 1 spot. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amin-san is also climbing up to 13. Looks like the race is heating up. Starbucks just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Irafaya and Kazuma Girl are nose to nose fighting for 7. Death Factor is climbing the 3rd place. Irafaya is also moving up, now in 7th. Kazuma Girl and Irafaya are nose to nose for 7. Kazuma Girl just overtook someone to take 7th place. Katsuma Girl and Starbucks are nose to nose for 6th. Kanaga 77 is climbing up to 8th place. Tugon at TTV is climbing up to 8th place. Kanaga 77 and Tugon at TTV are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Swell placed V and Naga 77 are neck and neck for 10th. Kanaga 77 is climbing up to 8th place. Kanaga 77 and Irafaya are nose to nose for 7. Swell Place E is sneaking into the top 10. Kanaga 77 climbs to 8th place. Tilgon at DTV moves up to 10th. Leah Russell advances 2 spots to 11. Amin-san is just ahead of Tugon at DTV, so it's a close fight. Amin-san's got the edge, but Tugon at TTV is right there ready to pounce if Amin-san slips. Congratulations, Pumpkin Ofguri. Looks like your victory was as sweet as a pumpkin pie. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic race! Congratulations to Pumpkin Ofguri for taking the win. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Nalga77 for the most overtakes. You've earned yourself a shiny new 2004 Porsche 911 GT3. Enjoy the ride. Hey everyone, time's about to run out. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car will dominate the track. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race at the Ibizu Higashi circuit, I would probably go with the 2018 BMW N220 IAAC. It has a good balance of power and agility, which is pretty important for a technical track like Ibisu. Plus, it's got the kind of rear-wheel drive handling that could give it an edge on the tighter corners. The other cars are pretty nice, but I think the M220E's overall package makes it the favorite here. Alright folks, this is quite the matchup. Amy's driving a 2007 Honda Civic FA, which is known more for its reliability and nimbleness than raw speed. Shikamaru's got a 2015 Subaru Impreza STI IWRX, a car built for performance and rally antics. Considering the car choices, I'd lean towards Shikamaru having the upper hand here. The IRKS is a more powerful, more aggressive car, especially around a technical track like Ibisu Higashi. Amy's Civic might be more fun and agile, but it's probably not going to match the straight line speed or the stability of the IRX. So, my bet is that Shikamaru will take this one, but hey, with AI, anything can happen. It's all about who hits the racing line better. Let's see if Amy can surprise us. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Ibisu Higashi. Bees McGee is starting on pole in a 2016 Lada Vesta. Let's see if that Russian rocket can hold on to the lead. Bees McGee has taken the lead right out of the gate. I'm holding second place, and Lux Ravenous is right behind us in third. The race is already heating up. Krandilive just overtook someone to take 7th place. Archerona 92 and Krandilive are still nose-to-nose for 7th. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 9th, inching closer to the top 10. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the smaller, more agile cars like the Ladas and the Honda Civic. The BMW and Subaru are holding steady, but the Geely and Renault are hanging in there with the TCE Cloud. Zachary TV is driving a 23 Peugeot 206 RC, which is quite an old model in this race. Looks like he's holding steady in the last place, probably just trying to keep it on the track. Lux Ravenous is driving a 2018 BMW M220 IAD-AC. They're currently holding third place and haven't shown any signs of slowing down. Looks like they're keeping it steady at the front. Bees McGee is leading the race in a 2016 Lada Vesta, and it looks like they're comfortably ahead with no signs of slowing down. Gliding Penguin is in 10th place with a Renault Clio 4R Ars Cup tie. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making much noise in the top half. Knaga 77 is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta, same as the leader Bees McGee. Looks like they're holding their own in 4th place, but no sign of slowing down or overtaking yet. The tight corners at Ibisu Higashi are favoring the smaller, more agile cars, like the Ladas and Subarus. The Geely and Renault are struggling to keep up with their higher top speeds. Fishing is driving a 2016 Mazda MX-5 Cup, a lightweight and nimble car. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much noise in the top 10. Bees McGee is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Knaga 77 is driving a 2016 Lada Vesta in the TCR class. They are currently in 4th place, but their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite on the pace of the front runners. Zakara TV is racing a 23 Peugeot 206 RC. Looks like they're struggling with pace, currently in the last place, and a good few seconds behind the leaders. The tight corners at Ibishu Higashi seem to favor the smaller, more agile cars like the Ladas and Subarus. The Geely and Renault are struggling to keep pace on the straights. Asheron 92 is driving a 2010 Alfa Romeo Giulietta TCR. They're currently in 7th place, just behind the top 6. Their fastest lap is nearly a second slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not challenging for the front. Krantalive is driving a 2020 Geely Binri in the TCE class. They're currently in 8th place but way off the pace with a lap time of over 1:06. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Wow, Bees McGee really outpaced everyone. Guess they're the king of Ibisu Higashi now. Well deserved. Wow, Bees McGee really took the lead and claimed the win. Great job to them. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the streak in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the twists and turns of the reverse layout in Rio de Janeiro require a car that can dart through tight corners without losing speed. Top speed is less important here since quick acceleration out of curves will make a huge difference. A car with excellent grip and responsive steering would probably dominate. You want a vehicle that can cut through those sharp corners seamlessly and stay stable at lower speeds when navigating the tricky sections. Wow, what a clash of the classic titans. Autoliatorius with that vintage Ferrari might have the style, but the Maserati driven by Zotsfired could have the speed and agility. The Ferrari is a beauty, but the Maserati's got more of that racing pedigree from the late 50s. Honestly, I'd put my chips on Zotsfired taking the lead early, then holding it with that 250F superior handling. But hey, in these AI races, anything can happen. Who do you think has the edge in the car choice? Alright folks, the race is kicking off at the Rio de Janeiro National Reverse Track. On pole, we have Franquerti in a classic 1963, Agachani and Watson. The vintage vibes are strong today. Franquerti is leading the race, with Wayne Nabretsky right behind in second place. I am currently in third place, trying to hold off the pack. Maya just overtook Wayne Nabretsky to move into second place. Wayne Nabretsky is fighting hard to regain that spot. Zotsfired is climbing up to 6th position, inching closer to the top 5. Wayne Nabretsky just overtook someone to grab second place. Hot Bolognese is climbing up to 6th, but Zotsfired isn't giving up that spot easily. They're nose to nose for 6th. Wayne Nabretsky just took the lead, moving up to 1st place. Someone is climbing up to 10th place. Mr. Roche and another racer are locked in a close fight for 10th. Yasnin 96 just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Knau, Ga77, and Yasnin 196 are still nose to tail for that spot. Nyarlathotep 98 and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for 11th. Memurida and Maya are nose to tail for 3rd place. Oteliatorias and Memuda are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Nyarlathotep 988 just snuck past someone to claim 11th. Zotsfired is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. Maya is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 to 2nd. Yasnin 196 is also gaining ground, moving up 1 to 7. Oteliatorias and Yasnin 196 are nose to tail, fighting for 6th place. Hey Everlasting Apex, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for some epic AI car racing action. Get ready for some intense moments. Franquerti is now in 2nd place. Zotsfired has moved into 3rd. Yasnin 96 is climbing to 6th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Maya is battling to regain ground after dropping to 18. Mermuida is climbing steadily to take 4th place. Yasnin 196 is also on the move, now in 5th. Nyarlathotep 98 is creeping closer to Nalga 77, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Nishanman just moved up 1 spot to 13. Kufo is chipping away at Taita 61, narrowing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Hot Bolognese is on fire, climbing 3 spots to take 4th place. TT61 is inching up 1 spot to 13th. Mission Man and Taita 61 are nose to tail, fighting for that 13th position. Mr. Roche is on the move, climbing to 9th place. Kufo is also making a charge up to 12th. Zotsfired and Franquetti are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Atelier Torias is climbing to 6th place. Mr. Roche is now in 8th. Someone just moved up to 9th, but no name yet. Atelier Torias is climbing to 5th place. TT61 is now in 10th after moving up 2 spots. Dylan Wolf has also gained 2 positions, settling into 11th. Mission Man advances to 11th place. Wolf of Aiko climbs to 12. Amy takes 13. Looks like everyone's eager to climb today. Yesnin 196 is climbing to 6th place. Someone just moved up to 8th. Mr. Roche and another racer are nose to nose for 8th. Zotsfied and Frankwitty are nose to nose for 2nd place. Knaga 77 is catching up to me, shrinking the gap by 2.7 seconds. Maya is closing in on DJ more fast, the gap shrinking by over 10 seconds. Yesnin 96 has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Someone's catching Hot Bolognese, closing the gap by 2.7 seconds. Looks like a battle brewing. Zotsfired is climbing up to 2nd place. Taita 61 is chipping away at Mr. Roche's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Wolf of Aiko is gaining on Mission Man, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Yasnin 196 is driving a 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy, a classic that's known for its elegance and speed. They're currently in 5th place, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the world on fire. Yasnin 96 is gaining on Franquetti and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Someone is inching closer to Hot Bolognese, not letting that lead get too comfortable. T261 is sneaking up on Mr. Roche, probably planning a surprise move. Wolf of Aiko is storming through the field, overtaking 11 cars to take the lead. Wayne Abretsky and Wolf of Aiko are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Wow, Wayne Abretsky, you really took the lead and crossed that finish line first. Nice job showing everyone how it's done. Wow, Wayne Gretzky really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was some serious driving. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that winning streak in the next race. Here's a fun fact for you. The F1 2009 car was the first to feature a move to wider tires, which really changed the game in grip and handling. It was like upgrading from a bicycle to a sports car overnight. Imagine the engineers celebrating and then realizing they had to rework half the car just to keep up with those tires. The innovation definitely gave the drivers a new level of challenge and excitement. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked a car yet, now's your chance before the countdown ends. Don't miss out on your shot to see which AI driver will dominate this race. Alright, so we've got Medisperi in a BMW Sauber F109, and Zanyehima in a Renault R29. Both are from the same era, so it's going to come down to how well those cars handle Watkins Glen short, and of course the AI driving skills. The BMW is known for its balance and agility, especially on twisty tracks like this. The Renault, while competitive in 29, might be slightly less nimble around corners. Honestly, I'd put my money on the Medisperi and the BMW to take the lead. But hey, with AI, anything can happen, so I'm just along for the ride. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Track, and Lil Sprout is sitting on the pole, driving a 2009 Williams FW31D. Looks like they've got a good start, so let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Maya has shot off the line to take the lead. Lil Sprout is holding strong in second place, while Jimaxiate is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. The Betty White Show and Jimaxiate are neck and neck for third place. Cherun Zerozes and the Betty White Show are also fighting hard for fourth. Cherogamatach is making a move up one spot to 11th. Cherogamatach and Amy are locked in a close battle for 10th. Jimaxiate is now in first place and gaining ground. Maya is right behind, not giving up that easily. The Betty White Show climbs to third, but the real fight is between Jimaxiate and me. Down to Quest is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 4 cars. Smurf 20 is making a move, now in fourth after passing 3 cars. Cherry Roses is also on the rise, moving into 5th with 3 overtakes under their belt. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place. Maya is dropping back to 11th. Knaga 77 is making a big push, now in 12th, after overtaking 11 cars. Popcorn Slayer is closing in on Zenyahima, cutting the gap by 10.5 seconds. Official Class Alive is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 27. Yama Priest is having a rough time, dropping back 8 spots to 29. Knalgai 77 is charging through the field, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Venona 1857 is climbing 2 spots to 5th. Baycorn and Venoni 1857 are nose to tail, fighting hard for 5th place. Hiswatingyo is climbing fast, now in 11th place. Imus Gordon is making a move, up to 13th. Zenyahima is also on the rise, now in 14th. The race is heating up. Oscar Wolf is making a bold move, climbing up to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Yama Priest is also on the rise, grabbing 22nd after a similar surge. Venona 1857 is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 3rd place. Senna As Savage is dropping back to 14th place. Lil Sprout is climbing to 3rd. Baycorn and Lil Sprout are nose to nose for 3rd. Venona 1857 is closing the gap on Mighty Chunk, cutting it down by 1.1 seconds. Zingoshi is climbing up to 16th place. Official Class Alive is also moving up to 17th place. Lil Sprout advances to 2nd place. Girl of Diamond climbs to 3rd. Mighty Chunk moves up to 4th. Sheriff Gamersa is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 24th. Maya is closing in fast, chipping away at the gap by over 11 seconds. Connor Mality just nudged into the top 10, moving up 1 position. Yama Priest is on the move, climbing 3 spots to reach the 17th place. Venona 1857 is closing in on Mighty Chunk, cutting the gap by over 1.5 seconds. Knauda 77 is climbing up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Connor Malady is closing in on Girl of Diamond fast, just a few seconds behind now. X Basics Witz is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars and climbing to 18. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to 3rd place, not bad at all. Riswat Shingyo is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Naga 77 is dropping back, now 11. Cheryl Mitsurosis is inching up to 4th. Wow, Down Talkwist just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow, what a fantastic win for Downtown Quest. Congratulations on taking the checkered flag. You clearly have some serious driving skills. Looks like all that practice paid off. Here's a fun fact for you all about the all-random racing car class. Every time these cars are chosen, it's like a box of chocolates. You never know what kind of crazy machine you're going to get. One moment you're cruising in a sleek sports car, and the next you're battling in a tiny, zippy go-kart. It keeps the race unpredictable and honestly, a little hilarious to watch. Who needs precision when you can have chaos on wheels? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that move. The countdown is ticking, and I wouldn't want anyone to miss out on their chance to see their favorite AI driver battle it out. So, get those choices in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. On one hand we have Amy in the classic BMW 325 i30 Touring, a car known for its reliability and balanced handling. On the other, Amin-san is in a vintage Porsche 917 LH, which is a legendary racing machine but a bit more delicate and perhaps harder to tame on a rallycross course. Given the fact that Los Arcos Rallycross is all about agility and grip, I'd give a slight edge to Amy's BMW 2.0. The E30 is a solid choice for cornering, and has enough modern tweaks to keep it competitive. The Porsche 917 LH might have raw speed, but could struggle with the loose surfaces and tight turns of rallycross. So, I'm putting my money on Amy to take this one. Although, who knows, maybe the vintage Porsche could surprise us with some vintage flair. Alright folks, the race is underway at Los Arcos Rallycross, and leading the pack is the all-random class's Econoni. Behind the wheel of a shiny 2016 BMW M4 GTS. Let's see if that German beast can hold on to that pole. Knaga 77 has shot off the line into the lead. Econoni is holding strong in second, and just Hannity is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the front runners. Yeah boy, Rwanda is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Shota Todoroki 39 is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 3rd. Celestia Linares inching forward, taking 5th. Celestialinari and Justhanet TV are nose-to-tail fighting for fourth. Celestialinari is on the move, climbing 3 spots to second place. Amundsen's making a charge, overtaking 5 cars to reach 8. Shoto Todoroki 39 and Justhanet TV are locked in a fierce duel for fourth. Celestialinari is closing in on Naga 77, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Shoto Todoroki 39 just moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Yabui Rwanda also gained 1 position, now in 5th. Wanabekido is having a rough time dropping back to 13th place. Celestialinari is gaining on Nalga 77, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Yabui Rwanda is climbing up to 4th place, making a move. Amundsen just gained a spot, and is now in 6th place. Justhanet and Amundsen are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. JC Productions and Lithocarp are locked in a close duel for 9th. Yabui Rwanda is gaining on Akanoni, closing the gap by 1.1 second. Amundsen is catching Shoto Todoroki 39, reducing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Samboardboy just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Maya is now right behind Justhanet. Looks like a move is coming soon. Wanabekido is gaining on Amy, but still a bit behind. Wanabekido is closing in on JC Productions, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Celestialinari just took the lead and is now in 1st place. Naga 77 and Celestialinari are nose-to-nose, fighting for the top spot. Samboardboy is gaining on Shoto Todoroki 39, closing the gap to just 1.5 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Justhanet, now only a little behind. Wanabekido is really pushing, closing in on JC Productions by nearly 4 seconds. Well, look at that. Celestialinari just took the top spot. Guess all those practice sessions paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Celestialinari, you really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on taking the top spot. That was some stellar racing. And a big shout out to Amundsen. You have the chance to claim a classic 1971 Porsche 917 LH. Not only did you win the bet race, but you also made the most overtakes, so it's only fair you get this legendary car. Great job to both of you. A fun fact about New Jersey Motorsports Park is that it's known for its challenging layout that really puts every car and driver to the test. It features a mix of high-speed straights and tight corners that make it feel more like a roller coaster than a racetrack. Plus, it's nestled in the scenic New Jersey countryside, so you get a nice view while watching the action heat up. Basically, it's the perfect setting for some high-octane fun. Oh, what a showdown! We've got Captain Canadian zooming in with the 2018 Holden Commodore ZB and La Croissant 1980 cruising in the 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Both are Holden, but the ZB is a newer, fresher model, so it might have some tricks up its sleeve. Still, the VF has been around for a while and knows the track well, so it's not out of the game. Given the slight edge in age and potentially more modern tech, I'd say Captain Canadian could have a tiny advantage. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. I'm placing my chips on Captain Canadian and the ZB to edge out in a close one. Want to place any bets yourself? Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and leading the pack is GM Prime in a 2019 Ford Mustang. He's starting on the front spot, so let's see if he can hold that position, or if the others will catch up. Someone has shot off the line to take the lead. GM Prime is holding strong in second, while Majako Blaich is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. GM Prime is now in first place. Abonzi has climbed to third. Someone is making a move to seventh. Brando Buster and Trifonenti 3 are nose to tail for ninth place. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 12th. By Lightning Thief and Silent Fox 213 are locked in a close fight for 14th. Silhouette is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Looks like they're stuck in 20th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 11th place. Brando Booster and Flaming Buddha nose to nose for 11th. Knalga 77 is making a move to 22nd. Apidope is driving a 2013 Holden Commodore VF. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, currently in 18th place and not making much progress. Maya and the Lightning Thief are nose to tail for the 15th spot. Captain Canadian and AP Pair Dope are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th position. Abumzi is in third place, driving a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Brando Busta just moved up one spot to 11. Maya and the Lightning Thief are nose to tail for 15th place. Flaming Buddha is climbing up to 11th place. Besson is Artwu. and Exception are nose-to-nose for 17th. Abomzi is holding a strong position in 3rd, and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's pushing hard, but still needs to find a way past Salmon and GM Prime. Jackson Dabox is driving a 2013 Nissan Altima and is currently in the 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the moves yet. Abomzi just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is also climbing up, now in 5th. Majako Bleich and Amy are nose to tail for 4th. Majako Bleich is climbing fast into 3rd place. Jackson Dabox is gaining ground, now in 9th. Trifana 93 and Jackson Dabox are nose to tail for 9th position. The Lightning Thief is driving a Nissan Altima from 2013. They're currently in 16th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times compared to the leaders. And Flaming Buddha is sitting comfortably in 12th, and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably eyeing a late push for a top 10. Silhouette is climbing up to 20. Le Croissant 1980 is closing in on 21. Captain Canadian and Le Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for 21. Amundsen is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 1:5:72, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Siprothri is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang. They're currently in 13th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of 1 minute, 5 seconds, and 787 milliseconds. Looks like a steady, but not spectacular race so far. Congratulations, GM Prime. Looks like all those laps paid off. Enjoy the victory lap. Wow. GM Prime really drove their way to the top, huh? Congrats on winning the race. Looks like they've got some serious skills. Or maybe just some good luck today. Either way, well played. A fun fact about the 2012 superkart is that despite its small size, it's built for speed and agility, often outpacing much larger cars on tight tracks. It's like the pocket rocket of the racing world, perfect for showing off that size isn't everything when it comes to racing prowess. Well, with both drivers being a bit of a mystery, this race is about as unpredictable as my coffee order in the morning. Since we don't know much about either of them, I might just have to go with the one who's got the coolest name, which is Dralitsko. It sounds like they're ready to hit the gas and leave the others in their dust. But hey, anything can happen on the track, so let's buckle up and see who comes out on top. Alright everyone, Navling is starting on pole in that classic 2012 superkart. Looks like he's got the early lead, but who knows how these AI cars will shake out. Buckle up. Navling has shot off the line to take the lead. Indigo Payday is holding strong in second place, and Yesman 196 is hanging on tight in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Knowledge 77 is climbing fast into third place. Yesnin 196 is right on their tail, both fighting for that podium spot. Casteflex is making moves into sixth place. Casteflex and some board buoy are locked in a close duel for fifth. Knaiga 77 is now in third place and closing in on the leaders. Yesnin 196 and Nalga 77 are nose to nose for third. Casteflex is climbing up to fifth, leaving some behind. Casteflex is climbing to fourth place. Jackson Dubox is making a move to 13th. Yesnin 196 is in fifth place driving a 2012 Superkart Date A kart. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Knalga 77 is driving a 2012 Superkart and is currently in second place, having started sixth. Looks like they're making some moves up the field. The superkarts at Califat seem to favor close racing with little variation in lap times. The track's tight corners probably keep everyone within striking distance, making overtakes more about skill than car advantage. IRFIA is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is right behind in 13th, and they're nose to tail for 11th. This race is heating up. Flex is now in third place. Maya is gaining on Asuoni, closing the gap by 2:30 seconds. Pace CAR just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Now Pace CAR and some board bully are nose to tail for 6th. This is getting interesting. IIFA just overtook Crazy Sweetbutt and is now in 11th place. They're nose to nose in that battle for P11. Let's Go just overtook someone to take 7th place. Let's Go and some board boy are nose to nose for 6th. Crazy Sweetbutt is climbing up to 12th. Iconic Odd is in 9th place with a fastest lap of 1 minute 30 seconds and 44 milliseconds. Their race seems steady but not quite challenging the top, maybe saving tires for a late push. Let's Go just overtook someone board Bowie and is now in 6th place. Some board Bowie is fighting hard to regain that position. Iconic Odd and Pace CRR are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy is gaining on Iconic Odd, closing the gap by over a second. Crazy Sweetbutt just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Aira Fail and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 11th. Indigo Pate is really taking a tumble, now in 14th place. Yasmin 96 is climbing steadily to 4th. Let's Go is also making moves, now in 5th. Amy is currently in 8th place with the fastest lap just under 1:30. She's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Amy advances 1 spot to 8th place. Jax in the Box climbs 1 spot to 12th place. Jax in the Box and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for 11th. Flex is in 3rd place with the fastest lap of 1 minute, 27 seconds, and 5 milliseconds. Their car is a 2012 supercar, and it looks like they're holding a solid position, but not quite challenging for the lead. Well, look at that. Naveling just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow! Naveling took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. You really drove like a champion. And big shout out to Nalga77 for the most overtakes today. You've earned yourself a 2012 Supercar T. Nice job! Alright folks, here's a fun fact about the 1967 Eagle Mark 1T1. This vintage beauty was actually an American take on the classic Formula One car, built by the Eagle brand, which was known for its innovative approach to racing. What's really interesting is that it was designed by Jim Hall, a legendary engineer, who wanted to test out some cutting-edge aerodynamics. So, Think of this car as a little piece of racing history where engineering and daring design collided. Definitely a car that proved that sometimes, innovation really does have a need for speed. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Eagle Mark 1T, 1G is a classic beauty with a lot of racing history behind it. The Brabham B24, on the other hand, is a Formula 2 car, known for its nimbleness and agility. Given that Circuit de Pau is a tight and twisty street circuit, I'd lean toward the Brabham B24 because of its smaller size and razor-sharp handling. But then again, the Eagle has that raw power and classic appeal, which could give it an edge on the straights, if it can find enough space. Overall, I'd say it's a close call, but the Brabham might just edge out the Eagle in this one. Let's see how they handle those tricky corners and see who's got the better AI instincts. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Circuit de Pau, and leading the pack is Axton Hits in a slick 1967 Brabham BT24. With such a vintage beauty up front, this is already looking like a classic in the making. Axton Hits is leading the race right now, followed closely by Raoul Zerolf in second place. Amy is currently in third. Looks like a tight start at the front. Simplemakas is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 12. Dirok Official just nudged into 5th. Maya is inching up to 8. Looks like the race is heating up. The Enclajo Show and Toadette TV are nose to tail for 10th place. Knalga 77 is inching up 1 spot to take 14. David Serats and Naga 77 are also locked in a close fight for the same spot. Toadette TV is climbing fast into 8th place. Simplemakas is now in 11th, inching closer. D-Thirds is making moves into 14th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Amy is currently in 3rd place with the McLaren M5A. The race seems steady for her, but she's a few spots behind the leaders. Colmetwi and Amy are nose to tail for 3rd place. Knalga 77 just slipped into 14th, climbing 1 spot. T-Bone is currently in 5th place, driving a 1967 Eagle Mark 1G. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Derek Official is closing in on Kalmetwi, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Davids has moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Adialev is driving a Brabham B24, which is holding steady in 7th place. Looks like they're not making any dramatic moves but staying consistent. Show is driving a BRMP 83 and is currently in the 15th position. Looks like they're struggling to move up, but at least they're not last. T-Bone is driving a 1967 Eagle Mark 1 T1G. Their race seems to be stuck with a placeholder lap time, so it looks like they're either having issues or just not racing seriously. The classic F1 cars are showing their age on this tight circuit, with the faster lap times from the Brabhams and McLaren indicating they handle the corners better. The track's narrow and technical nature favors precision over outright power, giving the older but nimble cars an edge. Maya is dropping back to 15th place. Toadette TV is climbing to 7th. Tangodaki TTV is moving up to 9th. Tangodaki TTV is gaining on Adielev, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Show is sneaking up on Tangodaki TTV, cutting the distance by just over a second. Akinoana is right behind Show, closing in by a little over a second. Simplimakas is now in 12th place. Axoasis has moved into 13th, and I'm climbing into 14th. Looks like a little shuffle in the middle of the pack. Kalnetwi is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Diarok Official has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Dave Fertz is making progress too, climbing into 16th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Toadette TV is climbing fast into 5th. Ediliv is right behind in 6th. Amy's dropped quite a bit, now in 15th. Simplimarkers is closing in on Akinoni. The gap shrinking fast. Knaga 77 is catching up to Defazards, not letting them breathe. Wow, Axton Hits, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Axton Hits took the victory. Congratulations to them. I guess they really know how to handle those virtual cars. I bet they're celebrating somewhere between code lines. For this track, I would focus mostly on speed and stability. Dover's high-bounding turns really test how well a car can handle quick transitions while maintaining grip at high speeds. A car that accelerates fast out of turns and keeps steady through the banking would definitely have an edge. Handling and acceleration seem to be the key here, rather than raw torque or braking ability. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your picks quick if you want to see your favorite race in the action. Don't miss your chance to influence this epic AI showdown. Hey Steve Jumper, great to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun as we watch these AI cars battle it out on the track. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Well, both of these cars are quite the characters. Car 77's 27. One Mercedes-Benz CLK 55 AMG is known for its blend of luxury and power, so it might have the edge in a straight line. But then we have Filthy Old Guy with a 1970 Abarth 1000 TCR, which is more of a classic racing legend with a tiny, nimble frame. It could surprise us with some unexpected agility around those corners. Honestly, I think Car 77's car might have a slight advantage on this big, fast track because of its size and raw power. But don't count out Filthy Old Guy. He could really throw us a curveball if his car is feeling feisty today. My bet? I say Car 77 takes it, but it's gonna be a close one. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Dover and Technesty is sitting pretty on pole, driving a classic 1987 Honda Civic Si. Let's see if that old school ride can keep up. Triad has shot off the line to take the lead. Marty Freeze is holding strong in second place. Tango Ducky TTV is right behind in third, looking to make a move. Christ Gopher's on a roll, climbing to 8th place. Mission Man is making a move, now in 16. Marty Freeze has just taken the lead, holding the top spot. Wrath 92 is on a tear, now in first place after overtaking 5 cars. Drevo 192X is right behind, also climbing fast to second. Steve Jumper is making moves, now in third after passing 5 cars. Looks like a tight battle for the top bot guy. Mission Man is climbing fast into third place. Umkatoven is making a move, now in 14th. La Roche is also on the rise, now in 15th. Larache is flying up the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nishanman has gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd. Nishanman and Wrath 92 are nose to tail, fighting for the lead. Larache is on a roll, climbing to 9th place. Uncle Tobin is also making moves, now in 11th. Amy is gaining ground, now in 16th. The race is heating up. Aisley is on a roll, moving up 3 spots to 22nd place. Nishaman is closing in on Wrath 92, chipping away at the gap by a second and a half. Girl of Diamond and Dreewon 192 decks are locked in a fierce fight for 4th place. Marty Freeze is making a move, climbing up to 14. Nishanman is holding on to the lead, while Steve Jumper is right behind in 2nd. Rosaurus is climbing up to 5th place. Larache and Price Golfer are nose to nose for 7th. Uncle Tobin is inching into the top 10, now in 11th. Marty Freeze is closing in on Lyrisil fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Wrath 92 has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Girl of Diamond has also moved up 1 spot into 3rd. Strutting Jarl is closing in on the Uncle Joe Show fast, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Rosaurus just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Girl of Diamond and Rosaurus are now nose to nose for 3rd. Girl of Diamond is climbing fast into 2nd place. Wrath 92 and Rosaurus are nose to nose for 3rd. Larache is chipping away at Drewo 192 Bex's lead, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. They're also battling for 5th now. Dre 192 guess just sneaked into the top 4, climbing 1 spot. Larache and Rice 92 are nose to nose for 5th place. Chris Golfer is chipping away at Larache's lead, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Wow, Mission Man just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Mission Man really pulled off the victory. Congrats on the win, you should be proud of that fast drive. Looks like all that practice paid off. Sure thing. A fun fact about the LMP2 racing cars is that they're designed to be more affordable and balanced in performance compared to the top-tier prototypes. This means everyone has a fair shot at winning, making races super unpredictable and exciting. It's like the underdog story of the racing world. Every race could surprise you. Hey everyone, make sure to pick your favorite car now before the timer runs out. Don't leave it to the last second or you might end up with something completely random. Time's almost up, so get those choices in fast. Well, both of these cars have some serious muscle under the hood. The Oreca 03R is a classic, known for its agility and pure racing pedigree. The Cadillac DPI-VR, on the other hand, is a beast with modern tech and power. Considering the figure-8 track, which is all about handling and avoiding those tricky crossovers, I'd lean toward the Oreca 03R because of its nimbleness. But the Cadillac's power might give it a punch when straight-line speed comes into play. I'm guessing it's going to come down to who can navigate those sharp turns better. My gut says the Betty White Show's car might have the edge in finesse, but the Cadillac is no slouch. Either way, this should be a close one. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the tricky figure-8 track. Botkamuning is on pole, driving a 2017 Oreca 07 Acura in the LMP2 class. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Botkamuning has shot off into the lead with Amy right behind in second place. Bao by Biolab is holding strong in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Oscar Wolf is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 6th place. Cap Holster and Oscar Wolf are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th position. Maya and the Fox 84 are locked in a close duel for 9th. Cover is on a roll, climbing to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Bodadzeror is making a move, now in 13th after passing 5 cars. Blackbeard is also gaining ground, now in 16th after overtaking 4 cars. NS Savage is on a roll, climbing 10 places to sit in 11th. Renok T4 is closing in on GamerBoss 72, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. The Vice 84 and the Betty White Show are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. The Foot 84 is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is right behind, also making moves to reach 7th. Renok T4 is on a serious charge, overtaking 8 cars to land in 10th. Blackbeard is on a roll, climbing 7 places. Cobber is right behind, also making a big jump. Amy is gaining ground, now in 2nd place. Renok T4 just made a bold move, climbing to 7th place. Rose Spider is on a tier, now in 8th after overtaking 7 cars. Sunboard Boy is also making moves, now in 10th after passing 6 cars. The race is heating up. Ragu is charging through the field, now in 12th place. Bodadzeror is climbing up to 16th. Bao by Biolab just moved into 2nd place. Bao by Biolab is closing in on Botgamon fast, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Blackbeard is gaining on Marty Freeze, closing in by 2.6 seconds. I am moving up 1 spot to 12th place, making my way through the pack. The Betty White Show is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Renault T4 is dropping back, down to 13th after losing 6 positions. Cobber is making a move, now in 14th after passing 3 cars. Bodatsura is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 10. Bao by Biolab is closing in on Botgamoning fast, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Nizart Wu just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Bodatsura is closing in on Blackbeard with a gap shrinking by 11.5 seconds. Some boy just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. The Betty White Show also moved up 1 spot to 11. Cobber is closing in on Fragot fast, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Marty Freeze has climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Blackbeard is also up 1 spot, now in 8th. Cobber is closing in on Fragot fast, cutting the gap by 19.1 seconds. Nizart Wu is creeping up on the FUTS 84, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rome Spider is climbing 2 spots to take 12th place. Cobber is rapidly closing the gap on Maya, now just 20 seconds behind. The FUTS 84 is closing in on Bao by Biolab, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Tuba has moved up 2 spots and is now in the 11th position. Wow! Botgamonen, you must be thrilled to win the race. Guess all those hours of practice finally paid off. Well done! Wow! Botgamon really took that one home. Congrats to them for a well-earned victory. It's always fun to see AI show off their racing skills. Who knew machines could be this competitive? Here's a fun fact for you. The Group C2 class was known for its incredible diversity in car design performance, because the rules were pretty flexible. This meant manufacturers and teams could really get creative, leading to some truly unique and quirky racing machines. It was like a free-for-all of innovation on 4 wheels. Alright everyone, time is about to run out. Make your final picks before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which car will dominate the race. Hurry up and choose wisely. Alright. This is a classic showdown with two vintage beauties. The Alba, a R4 from 1985, looks like a real throwback, but it's got quite the legendary reputation. On the other hand, the Sauber's HSC6, also from 1985, has a reputation for being a solid performer with some racing pedigree behind it. Considering the tracks at Béthussie West can be tricky with tight corners and quick chicanes, I'd say the driver's skill matters, but the car's agility and handling are just as important. The Alba is known for its sharp handling, but the Sauber has a slight edge with its balanced chassis. If I had to guess, I'd say Baobab Lab might have a tiny advantage in this race, mainly because of the smoother cornering and stability. But honestly, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Let's see who takes the checkered flag first. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Béthussie West, and Mattisbury is sitting pretty on pole in that classic 1984 Lola AD, a 01. Let's see if those vintage vibes can beat the modern competition. Mattisbury has taken the lead right out of the gate. Team Tinatea is holding strong in second place. Steve Jumper is currently in third, trying to keep up. Team Tinatea has just claimed the top spot. Immobius is climbing into the top 10. Bunnies of Doom is making a move towards the top 10 as well. Kirsch is in 8th place driving a Nissan Primera P11 from 1999. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Maya is in 7th place with the 1984 Rondo M 482. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite in the top tier yet. Amy is in 5th place with an Alba R, the R4 from 1985. Looks like she's holding her position but not making any big moves yet. Caprice is driving a Nissan Primera P11 from 1999. They are currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race so far. Immobius is in 9th place with a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Amy is currently in 4th place with a 1985 Alba R4. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Mattisbury is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely showing some dominance. Amy is holding on to 4th place. Not bad considering the early pace. Baobab Lab is in 6th, so Amy has a slight edge for now. Looks like a close fight is brewing. Baobab Lab is driving a 1985 Sauber's HSC6. They're currently in 6th place, but their lap time is slower than most, so they might be losing some ground. Baobab Lab is driving a 1985 Sauber's HSC6. They're currently in 6th place, but their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep pace with the top contenders. Globacil is in 10th place with a Nissan Primera P11 from 1999. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leaders, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Madisperi is leading the race in a 1984 Lola Adi A01. They're holding the top spot with the fastest lap so far, so it looks like they're enjoying a smooth run. Steve Jumper is leading the pack in the Group C2 class with a fastest lap of 1:2:36. His car, a 1984 Grids 1, seems to be handling well and maintaining a solid pace. Looks like he's got a good shot at staying up front. Shoebox TV is driving a 1998 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 14th place, and seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leader. Amy is in 5th place with an Alba R4 from 1985. She's running a solid race but is a bit behind the leaders. Her lap time is decent, but not quite enough to challenge the top. Steve Jumper is holding the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard. He's in 3rd, so he's got a shot at the top if he keeps it up. Maya is in 7th place with a 1984 Rondo M 482, just behind Beobai, Viola. Fastest lap is a 1:3.279. So she's pushing but not quite catching the leaders yet. Gassatour is driving a 1993 Renault 19 Total. They're currently in the 13th place, and seem to be making steady progress with a lap time of 1:6.236. Wow. Team Tenadia took the top spot again. Guess they're just too good to beat. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to Team Tenadia. They really showed us how it's done today. Excellent job to everyone involved. And congratulations to Steve Jumper for grabbing the fastest lap. That's pretty impressive, so you get to claim the 1984 Grids 1 in Group C2A. Looks like you're the fastest on the track today. Also, major props to Amy for winning the bet race. You get to claim the 1985 Alba F4 in Group C2. That's quite the prize for your victory. Great efforts all around. Stay tuned, folks. More racing excitement coming up. Sure thing. Did you know that Ruapuna Park, also known as Mike Pero Motorsport Park, has a really interesting feature where the track surface changes quite a bit around the circuit? That means drivers have to be super adaptable. Sort of like trying to walk on different types of grass without slipping. It's like a little playground for advanced driving skills and makes the races even more unpredictable and fun to watch. Alright everyone, The clock is ticking. Make your final choices before it's too late. Don't leave your favorite car stranded in the pits. Alright, we've got a classic American muscle showdown here. Baobab Beolab's Corvette C22 Stingray is definitely a beauty with that iconic design and a reputation for speed. On the other hand, Red Panda N84's AMC Javelin comes with its own charm and a bit of a rebel spirit. In terms of raw power and straight-line speed, I'd probably lean toward the Corvette. It's got that legendary muscle car pedigree that usually dominates on a straight track. But hey, the Javelin might surprise us if it handles well and outmaneuvers the Corvette around tight corners. Given the setup, I'd say the Corvette has a slight edge. But this is a race where surprises are always lurking behind the first turn. Let's see how these vintage monsters do. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Ruapuna Park, and the vintage supercars are blazing. Evolution 954 is starting on pole, driving a stunning 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO. Let's see if that classic beauty can hold its lead, or if these AI cars have other plans. Evolution 954 has shot off the line into the lead. Salman Zamlin is holding strong in second place. Cloudy is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Stephen Brinkley and Maya are nose to tail for fourth place. Baobab Biolab is climbing up to sixth, but someone is right behind trying to take it back. Stephen Brinkley is climbing to fourth place. Red Panda N84 is also moving up to eighth place. Big Boy Bets and Red Panda N84 are locked in a close fight for eighth. Kufo is inching closer to Cthulhu Kachu, both battling for 11th place. Looks like a close fight for that spot. Cthulhu Kachu just nudged ahead of Kufo to take 11th place. They're nose to nose in that tight battle for 11. Big Boy Bets is driving a 1967 Plymouth GTX. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. Cool just made a bold move and is now in 9th place. Big Boy Bets and Kufo are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 9th spot. Cloudy and Salmon are nose to nose for 2nd place. Stephen Brinkley and Cloudy are also fighting hard for 3rd. Red Panda N84 is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by over a second. Red Panda N84 and another racer are locked in a tight battle for 7th. Cloudy is climbing to second place. Stephen Brinkley is now third. Kufo is making a move up to seventh. Bao by Biolab is climbing nicely into fourth place. Kufo is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by over a second. Kilugachu is making a move up to 13th. Kufo just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Looks like the race for 6th is heating up between Maya and Kufo. Kufo just overtook someone to climb to 5th place. Samun and Kufo are nose to nose for 5th. Amy is closing in on Bufina and team, shrinking the gap by a second point too. Cloudy's driving a 1966 Ford Fairlane and is currently in 2nd place. Looks like they're holding steady and making a good push for the top. Maya is now in 6th place, climbing up one spot. Queen Mana and Big Boy Bets are nose to nose fighting for 10th. Bao by Biolab is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. They're currently in 4th place, but seem to be struggling with pace, as their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Bao by Biolab is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray Duo. They're currently in 4th place, but quite a ways off the leaders, with a fastest lap of 1:46.237. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the hunt for the top spot. Looks Ravenous is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Nova SS. They're currently in the 13th spot and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times compared to the leaders. Well, look at that! Evolution 954 just took the win. Guess they're the ones to beat now. Congratulations on the victory. Wow. Congratulations to Evolution 954 on winning the race. That was an impressive display of speed and skill. As for the lucky driver who won the bet race, Bao by Biolab, you can now claim the 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. What a classic choice. Looks like someone's about to add a vintage beauty to their collection. Great job to everyone involved. If I had to pick one of these cars to take the checkered flag on the Charlotte Legends Oval Circuit, I would go with the 2018 Ferrari F8 Tributo. It's got the perfect blend of modern engineering, lightweight construction, and power to handle those tight turns and high-speed straightaways. Plus, it's probably the most aerodynamic and stable of the bunch. The older classics might have charm, but they'd struggle to keep up with the nimbleness and grip of that Italian beast. So I'd bet on the Ferrari to leave the others in the dust. Alright everyone, make your final choices now. The clock's ticking, and we wouldn't want your favorite car to miss out on the action. Get those selections in before time runs out, or they'll be stuck watching from the sidelines. Well, with both drivers racing the same car and not much info about either of them, this is pretty much anyone's game. I'd say it's a classic case of who's got the better nerves, and maybe a little bit of luck on their side. Since we're flying blind here, I'll just go with my gut and say the driver who keeps a cool head and stays consistent. But honestly, could go either way. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Charlotte Legends Oval, and Mafia Mavi is starting on pole in a 2010 Audi TT. RS looks like a sleek start. Let's see if that turbo can keep up. Navlin has taken an early lead. Mafia Mavi is right behind in second place, and Lakaiju is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Aetherplasm is slicing through the field to take fourth place. WowXCB is climbing fast, overtaking 5 cars to sit in fifth. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, moving up 1 spot to lead the pack. Navling takes the lead, claiming first place. Lakaiju is right behind, moving into second. WowXCB is making a move, climbing into third. Looks like the top 3 are changing gears. Baobai Biolab is making a strong push, now in fourth place after overtaking 4 cars. Maya is climbing fast, now in 8th after passing 3 cars. Lakaiju is holding the lead, moving up 1 spot to first. Baobai Biolab is climbing to third place. Rispachingyo is closing in on Aetherplasm, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Willow Shrub is moving up to 8th place. Willow Shrub and Mafia Mavi are locked in a close fight for 7th. Aetherplasm is climbing to 3rd place. Rispachingyo is also making a move up to 4th. Willow Shrub is inching closer to the top 10, now in 7th. Aetherplasm and Navling are neck and neck for 2nd place. Baobai Biolab just sneaked into 4th. WowXCB is closing in on Rispachingyo, cutting the gap by over a second. Navling is holding on to the lead, but Baobai Biolab is right behind, looking for a way past. WowXCB is closing in on the top 3, making it a 3-way fight for the podium. Baobai Biolab takes the lead now. Navling is right behind, still in the chase. Willow Shrub keeps climbing, now in 6th. WowXCB is climbing to 2nd place. Aetherplasm is now 3rd. Unistix has moved up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy's Chevrolet, Chevy 2 Nova SS is currently in the 13th place. It looks like she's struggling to keep up with the group, and her lap times are significantly slower than the leaders. Knavling is gaining ground on Etherplasm, closing the gap by 1 second. Visvatingio is climbing 2 spots and now sits in 7th place. Willow Shrub is driving a modern street car, the 2009 Ariel Atom 3. Their lap time is a bit off at 18.63 seconds, and they're currently in 7th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Wow! Baobab Biolab just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Congratulations on the win! Congratulations to Baobab Biolab for winning the race. Well done on crossing the finish line first. And a big shout out to Baobab Biolab for snagging the fastest lap. You can claim that awesome 1996 McLaren MP4 11. Azomaya, you are unstoppable with the most overtakes today. That's a tough feat, and you get to claim the same fantastic car. Lastly, huge props to you Clone 194. Auckland Zerong Treatsoigda for winning 7 races in a row. That's some serious consistency. You've earned yourself 500 request points. Enjoy spending them. Alright.